97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, sometimes in Philadelphia, we are allowed to have nice things because, man, was that a beatdown of the Dallas Cowboys yesterday. And could it not have been more perfect in terms of what sets up for Thursday night? It is Kincade and Salciunas. We're talking birds all day today right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas. Yesterday, the Eagles went down to Dallas and beat the hated Cowboys on their own turf to improve their record to 7-2. Now they head home and have just 3 days to prepare for a Thursday night battle for first place in the NFC East with the Washington Commanders. Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good victory Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy Victory Monday.
What a wonderful morning it is when you turn your mic on.
You didn't have your mic on.
Yeah, what a wonderful morning it is when you turn your mic on and you just celebrate a victory over Dallas. A victory over Dallas is never worth glossing over or otherwise.
No.
And I don't care how bad they are, how beat up they are, it's still a lot of fun.
And the beauty of this game, it literally was the perfect game for Team Kincade and Salciunas. Because if you remember, this past week on Thursday, we talked about, hey, do you want them to beat the doors off the Cowboys and put that final nail in the coffin and end the season for the Cowboys? Or do you want to go in there and just kind of be careful because the bigger game is coming up Thursday night? Both scenarios played out, Johnny.
And I thought going into halftime, we're at the 2-minute warning, and I'm saying, okay, they can still get the victory, but this sucks.
Yes.
Because they're wasting an opportunity to be able to set up Thursday night.
Yes.
And it all changed. It all changed.
It all changed.
And it all changed for the good.
Jalen Hurts, that throw he makes to Dallas Goedert, it's not just the throw. It's leading up to it when Overshown has just a clear shot at him. I mean, it's one-on-one. It's the bull and the matador with the red sheet, right? And Hurts just goes, Ole.
I believe it's a cape.
Is that what it is?
Is it a cape, Connor?
Whatever
I think
it is.
so, yeah.
As long as it's red, it works.
A sheet.
He then steps over. Bang. Dallas Goedert touchdown. It's 14-6 going into halftime. And then it's just ball game after that. Cooper Rush has no shot. Trey Lance stinks. Can't believe the 49ers traded up to get him a couple of years ago. Unbelievable.
That's Kyle Shanahan, baby.
And so
smartest guy in the room.
So the Eagles win 34-6. And they were able to pull their starters on both sides of the football, offense and defense. Obviously, defense a little bit harder, but they were able to mix in some of the depth guys defensively in that fourth quarter. In a game in which the Commanders and Steelers go toe-to-toe physically all 4 quarters, and then Washington loses, the Eagles starters were able to put their feet up in the fourth quarter of this game yesterday, win 34-6, and now all eyes are on Thursday night. And it just, again, everybody in that locker room must be feeling a certain type of way because they are just beating down every single opponent that they face as long as the coach doesn't make it a close game like he did against Jacksonville. And, oh, by the way, he did nothing wrong yesterday.
I don't think he did anything wrong.
No, he had a good day as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles.
I kept wondering, and it was weird because my buddy Paul was in town. So he's there watching in the Kincade with me, and I'm going, every time math came up, I'm going, you got to do this. Make sure you do this. Don't do that. Go for it here.
They kicked field goals, Johnny.
They did. They took advantage of everything. When you are the more talented team, you can take less chances. When you're the more talented team, take points that are available to you. Just go there. They did a beautiful job yesterday. That was any struggles in the game. Also, were not a product of the head coach. That first half was not a product of the head coach. It was a product of the quarterback holding the ball too long.
Yes.
But it was wonderful to see the quarterback rebound.
Absolutely.
Shake it off and find his way out. I mean, I got to tell you that that was good for the soul.
It was.
Mental and physical.
Especially with Thursday night looming, right? Like, it was a nice cleanse. They just beat the doors off the most hated rival in this city for a lot of you, the Dallas Cowboys.
It's no question.
They beat the doors off them 34-6. And you feel good about the football team leading into this Thursday night. If they won 13-6 against the Cowboys, we're going, oh, man.
Yeah.
No, we're saying, okay, they got the win, but, man, Thursday night, that's going to be a tough one. They barely beat the Cowboys, and now they have to try to beat the Commanders on a short week. When you win 34-6, I go, bring them on.
Right.
Like, at this point, it's just like, hey, who wants it next? Who's ready for the next beatdown from the Philadelphia Eagles? So, look, all day today, we're going to react to the game yesterday, and you know it's a short turnaround. So as this show goes on, and then eventually tomorrow, obviously more so tomorrow, we start talking about Thursday night because that is, as of right now, the biggest game of the season for the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's the biggest game of the year on the schedule the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And you might say, oh, well, the Ravens are a great team. That's the biggest game of the year. No, it's not.
No, this is NFC East.
You have to beat the Commanders at home Thursday night, go up by a game and a half, and then say to everybody, okay, cool off, just play it in, let's land this plane properly, and grab the first key. And the first key is always winning your division.
Yeah, and that starts Thursday night. So I do have a topic for us today to discuss at 610-632-0975. Again, if you want to call in, text in any sort of observation from the game yesterday, feel free because we're going to be breaking it down all day today leading up to the Mike Missanelli show coming up at 10 o'clock. But the talking point, the subject, the topic, the game's about to end yesterday. Kenny Pickett gets the tush push. Good for you, Kenny Two Gloves, with a tush push to win the game. And as they're walking off the field, Tony Romo, who he didn't piss me off yesterday.
Why would anybody be pissed at Tony Romo?
Oh, he usually bothers the hell out of me.
No. There are people who don't like his analysis.
Yeah, no. He pisses me off because he bothers me.
I actually believe if you listen to that game yesterday, it sounded like Tony Romo was an ex-Eagles quarterback.
Yeah, no, he was fine yesterday. I had no problem with him yesterday.
But that's the reason. Because he was kissing your team's backside all day long.
Oh, no, I don't think he kisses the Cowboys' backside. I don't.
Really? I do.
No,
I do. I think he does a lot
I think he just annoys me and he talks over Jim Nantz way too much, but that's a story for another day. But here he is at the end of the game yesterday saying this about your Philadelphia Eagles.
The way they're playing, the offensive line is dominating football games. We all talk about Barkley and Hurts. They've got so many weapons, but this starts up front on the D-line and O-line. They are dominating right now, and they are a real Super Bowl contender.
They are real Super Bowl contenders.
Let me ask, did Tony sleep through the first half? Because the offensive line was not dominating. The offensive line was far from dominating that game. In fact, I think they were getting their backsides handed to them for at least a quarter and a half of that
Micah
game.
Parsons is a stud.
They were dominating them. Like, I don't understand what Tony was watching. Now, if you want to say that the Eagles' second half, the offensive line showed their dominance.
Which they did.
Absolutely, they did. But for at least a quarter and a half, maybe even the whole first half, the offensive line was playing subpar.
Yeah, no, the first half, and then the second half, they were absolutely
Well, I
dominant.
think that was a little over the top. His review of where the Eagles' offensive line was yesterday was not a day to be going, man, this offensive line is just amazing.
Yeah, but then sometimes the best teams can turn it up a notch, and we saw it start with that final drive in the first half, and then basically throughout the entire second half, the Eagles' offensive line was dominant, and both sides of the ball were dominant. So our question, I'm going to steal what Tony Romo said. Are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? Now, our man Bill Colarulo said this a couple of weeks ago. We actually talked about it yesterday during the pregame show. And when he first said it a couple of weeks ago, I thought he was crazy because I can't go from talking about firing the coach during the bye week. Not that we said that, but there were Eagles fans that said they should fire him after the Week 4 loss to the Bucs because you would have 2 weeks to prepare under interim head coach Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, which I thought was completely ridiculous for people to suggest. But we were there after Week 4, and then all of a sudden, 2 wins, all of a sudden they're back to being Super Bowl contenders. I thought that was a little premature out of Bill Colarulo. However, what we have seen since then, and it's been dominance after dominance after dominance. The Bengals win was a dominant performance. The Jags game was a dominant performance by the players on the team. Nick Sirianni was a problem in that game. Nick Sirianni was not a problem yesterday, and the players were once again dominant. Defense, 4 quarters. Eagles offense, the final 40 minutes?
Yeah.
35 minutes?
No,
we'll say that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they were dominant. So are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? 610-632-0975. Johnny, I'll start with you.
Well, I'm going to ask you flat out is what did I tell you about January 26th?
That we have
I told
plans.
you I told Connor, and now I don't know if this is becoming the Bill Colarulo tattoo. I've told you all along, January 26th, you guys have plans.
Yes, you have.
Now, did I feel as confident about it a month ago? Absolutely not, the way they were playing.
Right.
So I'm not spiking the football and saying, man, I told you they were dominant. But yeah, they're one of the two best teams in the NFC, and they appear to be proving it. And so you guys are going to have plans on the 26th. So no little trips up to breweries in New York, romantic getaways. Connor can't have another wedding.
Attacked.
Connor can't have another wedding.
Nah, not
January
that many people
26th.
like me. I'm out of friends.
You're done with weddings?
Yep.
Okay. Congrats, Tom Alvord. We will, look, January 26th, I fully expect this team to have plans.
Connor, is this team back? Or did you think they were already back? Because you and I kind of got into it yesterday. Are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders?
They already were back to being Super Bowl contenders last week. To
Okay.
me, because of where they've put themselves just win-loss in the NFC. If you've got a shot at the top 2 seed, which I had a very good look at even before this Dallas game, or like a reasonable look at, that would make you a contender. Because if you
Yes.
need to win one game to make it to the Super Bowl, I don't care who your opponent is, you are a contender for that. Now, absolutely. And you don't learn all that much from beating the Cowboys the way that team played. Like, Cooper Rush stinks. But you look around the NFC and you say, well, Detroit's gettable. They're a very good team, but they're gettable. Washington is good, but how far does a rookie quarterback take them? And outside of them, everyone else is a crapshoot. The Eagles are one of the top 3 best teams in the NFC. And we'll see what happens on Thursday as to where they rank in there.
Who's your third?
Washington.
So you have Washington there? I have 49ers there.
They still scare me.
I think the 49ers are the third best team in the NFC.
Maybe.
They may it's they got a chance to play that out. They're a half game out of first, but they scare the hell out.
Well, yeah, I was talking about this yesterday during the pregame show. The 49ers are the team that I need to know is legitimately dead before I say they're dead. Because how many times have they just found a way to keep on getting back to conference championships and Super Bowls? But, you know, if you're saying the Eagles are one of the top 3 or 4 teams, that means they're a contender, right? Because if you're a top 3, if you believe in no particular order that the Eagles are one of 3 teams that could get to the NFC Championship game, then they are one of 3 teams that can get to the Super Bowl.
No question.
Because then that means one more win. So then, yes, the answer is yes, the Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders. But I also do wonder how many people are going to be out there today. Oh, it was just the Cowboys. The Cowboys stink. Oh, it was just the Jags, and you almost let them come back. The people still did not give them credit for what they did against Cincinnati, which I thought was totally messed up because Cincinnati then puts up as many points as they do against the Ravens just the following week on Thursday night. I mean, the Eagles did a great job against that Bengals team a couple of weeks ago. So, of course, they're back to being Super Bowl contenders. I do believe it. I needed to see yesterday first, Connor, before I started saying, oh, I thought they were Super Bowl contenders before last week. But when I saw pure dominance like that after a slow start, it just shows how this team can turn it up a notch at some point during the game. So, yes, across the board, Kincade and Salciunas, the Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
Well, let's dump the slow starts, though. Can we dump that?
Yes, I mean, I would really appreciate that.
Against really bad teams playing bad halves. Can we stop that? Because if you want to be a Super Bowl contender, you can't play a half of football like they did yesterday.
No, you can't. Now, they did score points in the first quarter, back-to-back weeks. That's a big deal for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Woo!
Back-to-back weeks with first-quarter points.
Woo!
Look, it was ugly to start. It really was. And you're sitting there, like you said, you're about to go in a halftime. It's a 7-6 game. Now, fortunately, they had that great touchdown pass. I'm sure that touchdown pass did a lot for them heading into the locker room. It was like, okay, we played as bad as we did in that first half, and yet look what we just were able to accomplish. We have an 8-point lead, and then you go into the second half and you start things off early. You make it a 2-score game. You make it a 3-score game. You make it a 4-score game. It was pure dominance after that halftime.
It was. They turned it on. They dominated. I just got to see them. I don't understand.
You don't seem that thrilled today.
No, I'm very thrilled with the outcome. But I wasn't started. Look, you can't play like that against really good teams and expect to win. And here's another reason why I'll just give it to you. Is yes, you're sitting there, you are one of the big contenders. But as you watch a team like Detroit, who survived on the road at Houston last night.
Yeah.
Detroit's already got wins at Houston, at Green Bay, at Minnesota, at Arizona, who leads the NFC West, and they've beaten the Rams, who the Eagles will play in a couple weeks. That's a murderer's row of wins. The Eagles don't have that yet.
No, they
so
don't.
I need to be. So I can't just be the rubber stamp. This team is what we think. Especially when I do watch them play. The 28 minutes that they played before the 2-minute warning yesterday was bad football.
Yeah, but then I could say the same thing about the Lions. Jared Goff threw 5 picks.
I said the Lions. I said the Lions on the road had a really, really crazy game against a team that is a Super Bowl contender.
Right.
In the AFC, a completely different situation than playing the Dallas Cowboys with a backup quarterback.
I don't know, though. If we had Hurts, whoever you
If he
could
threw
play the
5 picks,
Monstars. If he threw 5 picks,
we'd
this
freak
city
out.
would burn.
Oh, this city would burn, but they're not going to burn when they're 8-1 and they're the number 1 seed. I guarantee you, Goff is starting to have questions asked about him because his production has gone down. Remember, the last 2 weeks when they won, they were keeping the ball out of his hands. He passed for 220 yards in 2 weeks
Because that's their identity.
because they decided that. But why would that be your identity? Because of the fact that, you're not trusting the guy much. And maybe now we're seeing why they don't trust him as much.
I don't necessarily think it's the lack of trust. I think it's they have David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs who just run all over everybody, and then Jared Goff does what he has to do. I mean, the previous game against the Packers, they win 24-14. Like yesterday sucked. Jared Goff had a horrible game, but he's been having a great season up until last night. I don't think it's that they don't trust him. I think it's just that's what their identity is. And that's been what the identity is for the Eagles the last couple of weeks. Since the bye week, the Eagles and Lions on paper and just eye test are very similar in terms of how they run their offense. It's just instead of a tandem, it's just one in Barkley.
You had your first losing week, by the way.
Thank you for pointing that out.
No, but I mean, you started out the season like garbage, and you went on a total heater, by the way, with your picks.
Yeah. I know. Didn't I go 2-2?
No, you went 1-3, didn't you?
Jahmyr Gibbs hit.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
Yes,
No.
he did. Come on, man.
No, he
71
didn't.
yards.
Did he get 71?
71 yards, man.
I thought I didn't know.
Keep on betting the over and Jahmyr Gibbs rushing yards, baby. 2-2.
It worked again?
Yes, dude. It's only been 1 week.
I thought he was under. I thought he was under yesterday.
I think he wanted me to lose, Connor. Did you
No,
hear
I did.
that?
Yeah, he's rooting against you.
No, I thought Gibbs in that's 71 good. You got
71
it again.
yards,
That
man.
has to be the worst beat, and you just keep doing it, and none of us can touch it.
2-2, baby. Just keep on betting Jahmyr Gibbs over in rushing yards. You'll be a happy man. So, again, our question today, it's 610-632-0975. Are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? Now, I'm sure there are some people listening right now that say they were always Super Bowl contenders. What they did in the first 4 weeks of the season, it was the preseason. It was the continuation
BS.
of the preseason. No,
No,
nonsense.
BS.
They looked mediocre, very mediocre the first 4 weeks of the season. The head coach held them back in a couple of games this season, despite them winning.
Yes.
2 wins. Browns, Jags, Nick Sirianni became the story of the conversation.
And he lost the Falcon game.
And he lost the Falcon game. Yesterday was perfection, except for the first quarter and probably parts of the second quarter. But the defense was perfect all game.
Just make it clear, though. It was perfection from the head coach yesterday.
It was.
I mean,
He was great.
but the first half, I don't put any of the blame on what was going on in that game on Nick Sirianni.
No.
It was Jalen Hurts holding the ball too long. And Tony Romo was incredulous. Just get rid of the ball,
I know,
Jalen.
it was bad.
He twice said the words, you got to just get rid of the ball, Jalen. Like, you can't do that. Step up in a pocket. He was like imploring him to just step up in the pocket. Get rid of the ball. Do something. This team, though, a lot of good things.
Bottom
a lot
line
of good
is,
things to be excited
Bottom
about.
line is, what did we wake up to today, Johnny? We
second
woke up
seed.
to the second seed, first place in the NFC East. Thank you to the Pittsburgh Steelers. What an incredible game that was.
I heard you violated federal law.
What was that?
Did you do a
I did play-by-play.
live play-by-play on
Yeah.
that? Was that so? Just so we don't have any.
Well, I didn't say.
Connor, you want to distance yourself from
I didn't
this?
say.
I'm not touching this one.
I didn't say Russell Wilson is in the eye. Like, no, I just freaked out when Russell Wilson.
He's looking. He's
Yeah,
looking.
no.
He fires.
When Wilson threw that touchdown pass to Mike Williams, I had a moment on the air yesterday. I needed a cigarette afterward.
Yeah,
because,
dude, and you're going to need to not do that ever again.
No, I'm sorry. I don't do the show for the two of you. I do the show for the listening audience that comes in and joins our pregame show. Connor's bitching because my computer screen was faster than the TV screen.
He was
in here.
like 3 seconds faster than the TV in studio, so Bill Bill and I couldn't see it.
Okay, that's tough.
So he was yelling out
What am I
was
supposed to
happening.
do? Stay quiet during the show?
Yes.
I
Turn
talk
off and
for a
watch
living.
with us.
I can't watch. I got the freaking cameras from NBC
Major
here.
No,
violation.
you obviously don't because you were watching something.
On my computer.
Exactly, you were watching that instead of watching with them.
Yes, during the show. I can't do this.
Yeah, you can.
stand it
It's
up.
really
you can
not
watch
that hard.
that TV. You don't have to lean.
That TV's 6
you
inches
do not
big.
have to lean
I
to
need
watch
the
that
Beasleys
TV.
to buy us a bigger TV, and then maybe we won't have this issue.
More complaints than the Cowboys.
All right,
out
so
of you.
are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? Tony Romo said it as the Eagles were walking off the field yesterday that they are. Are they back to being Super Bowl contenders? 610-632-0975. You can text in. You can call in. We will continue this conversation coming up next. But I think it's time to stop thinking about whether or not something is legit. I'm talking about the defense. That defense is real. We'll expand more on how great that defensive performance was by the Philadelphia Eagles. Forget who the quarterback was for the Cowboys. This has been week after week after week for the Eagles defense. At some point, it's time to give them their respect. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Monday morning, man. A Victory Monday, which is presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. Let's talk about the defense here, because the first part of the show, we asked the question. Tony Romo said it as the Eagles walked off the field in Big D yesterday. Are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? That's the question to answer at 610-632-0975, text messages or calls. But, of course, if you just want to break down the game as a whole, we can. And we spent a lot of the first part of the show talking about the offense, because 34 points is 34 points, even though the beginning of the game wasn't necessarily beautiful for the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts had a rough start, and we'll talk more about that as the show goes on. But, dude, let's talk a little bit about this defense. I know the Cowboys were in a world of trouble yesterday with Cooper Rush as the starting quarterback. They have no ground game. Dowdle's a nice little back, but when you're just loading up guys in the box, he's not explosive enough to do anything for them. That Eagles defense, I don't care who the quarterback is, held the Cowboys to just 66 yards in the air. Now, think about this for a second. The Eagles won 34-6, so the Cowboys had to throw the football in order to try to make this game reasonable.
They had to attempt to throw the football.
Correct.
There's a big difference.
And they only threw for 66 yards. They were 17 of 29 total, because Cooper Rush and Trey Lance both threw the football yesterday. Yes.
Did they?
Rush and Lance stink.
Oh,
but that Eagles defense was dominant yesterday. And I wonder, man, at what point do we stop questioning whether or not they're real?
As far as the defense, you mean the fifth best points per game defense in the NFL?
Fifth best? We've reached top 5 territory?
I can't believe it. They're at 17.9 points per game. They're fifth in the NFL. They've gone 300 yards or less, which is truly, like, that's the number to me that is so sort of baffling. This defense is just 300 total yards or less in 5 consecutive games.
That's unbelievable.
The Eagles defense. That hasn't happened since Jim Johnson was alive and running the defense in 2008.
That's amazing.
I mean, 2008. You jabronis were in middle school?
Yep.
8th grade.
Eighth grade going
You guys
to
were
ninth
middle
grade.
schoolers.
Yeah. But
Probably a little more mature than you are now, but
Probably.
I mean, still though, 800. I mean, to go 300 yards or less in 5 consecutive games is bizarre.
And now all of a
That's
sudden,
crazy.
they're forcing turnovers, too.
Yes.
I mean, they had an interception and a fumble recovery yesterday. They forced 3 turnovers against the Jags last week. They forced 2 turnovers against the Bengals. One of them was the punt. But that's now 7 turnovers in the last 3 weeks. They have 9 altogether. That means they only had 2 total turnovers this year from the defense in the first 6 weeks. In the first 6 weeks, they had 2 total. In the last 3, they now have 7. So not only are they keeping teams, below 20 points in games, they're now also forcing turnovers, which until then helps out your offense, because your offense is now getting the ball in good field position. It's a perfect marriage right now. The offense is controlling the clock, running the football, giving the defense a chance to breathe, which is something that they didn't do in that Tampa Bay game, which is why that was just a total S show. But they did such a great job controlling the clock offensively the last couple of weeks that it gives the defense a breather, and then the defense is now forcing turnovers, which is giving the offense great field position.
Given the short fields, which helps so much.
Absolutely.
I mean, that just takes such pressure off of the team, too. Right now, it's just coming together. I think it's like one of those, you ever have the light switch or the light that like jiggles on and off from time to time?
Yes.
I think that they right now they're just getting close to where they're rounding into 2022 shape. They're not there yet.
No, they're not, because they're not
yet.
getting 70 sacks.
The 20
and they're not going to come close to 70 sacks.
No, but I'm not worried about the sacks now. I think sacks is the biggest empty stat to me in football. I honestly do.
All right,
I think
how about the quarterback? I want him to be uncomfortable.
I think that making a quarterback uncomfortable is fine. But to me, the 2022 team didn't play a lot of games where they played that first half. That yesterday, they just clean up this stuff, get it together. They're rolling into shape. They're rounding, I should say, into shape.
Connor, is this defense legit? Because let's face it, there are people that I think can make a legitimate case about, it was Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. People can make a legitimate case, but it's also eye test. I saw CeeDee Lamb, who is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. The ball may not have gone to him, but he also didn't have all the space. Like Quinyon Mitchell was like glue on him. Isaiah Rodgers, when he had to come in for Darius Slay, was like glue on him. Darius Slay, when he was in the game, was like glue on CeeDee Lamb. It's not like CeeDee Lamb was wide open. You know how many times in your life have you guys watched a football game and they do like the quick replays of all the open receivers downfield, or how many times this receiver's been wide open and the quarterback just never looked his way? We didn't see that yesterday. They locked him down. So Cooper Rush, Trey Lance, Connor Thomas, it doesn't matter. If CeeDee Lamb is locked down from the Eagles quarterbacks, then that alone should tell you, yes, this defense is legit.
100%. And there's no one who's making an argument to me that I'm buying this morning about, it was Cooper Rush, it was Trey Lance, it was the Giants or the Bengals or the Browns or whatever. No, this defense is legit. They're real good. They forced 5 turnovers yesterday. Do you know how many terrible quarterbacks there have been that have played games around the NFL this year? There are some really bad quarterbacks that have been forced into action for teams around football. And it's not like every defense is just ripping off 5 turnovers on these guys all the time. Cooper Rush stinks. But to get that type of production and turning the ball over and being in the right spot and making those plays, some of it is where the ball bounces, but you can't argue with me that this defense is not absolutely real.
And by the way, because I see people on Eagles Twitter doing this over and over again, my buddy Stoney does mornings in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
They are crushing Jared Goff today. Their topic of the morning is, can this team win with Jared Goff with 5 interceptions in a big game? So every Eagles fan that tries to spin it like, nobody's going to give Goff any grief. No, they're killing him this morning in Detroit.
Right, absolutely.
Going, what's the problem?
Because they're talking Super Bowl.
Can we trust him? Because that's the key, Andrew. They have aspirations to win a championship.
Right.
So what you do is, you don't just say, our quarterback's great, let's shake pom-poms. You say, if you're going to win something, you play to a higher level.
Right, and that's why we talked the way we did about the Eagles the first 4 weeks of the season.
They're crushing Jared Goff this morning. And by the way, that can create a crisis of confidence within an entire locker room. This thing's wide open, boys. The Eagles keep ascending. I honestly don't sort of care what the Lions' record is, as long as we see these damaging little bumps in the road.
Yeah. By the way, you're right, Connor. 5 turnovers. I don't know where I came from. 5 turnovers yesterday. The Eagles' defense. I spaced out a little bit there.
That's so wild.
So I'm sorry. 10 turnovers over the last 3 games, not 7. 10 turnovers over the last 3 games.
How about plus? They are now plus in the turnover margin, something where they haven't resided since the 22 season.
Right.
I mean, these are the kind of promising signs that can be built upon.
Absolutely,
and
man.
There's a lot of good this morning. A lot of good to think about.
Now, I'll say 4 of those turnovers were legitimately forced. Cooper Rush, I don't know what happened on that snap. He just dropped it.
Well, that happens.
Now, good for the Eagles' defense for recovery. He just dropped it.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though. That's not really you doing anything.
Yeah, no, the ball bounced your way.
Yeah, I think that there's a comfortability factor. We saw it with the Eagles-Packers game.
Yeah.
There was no reason for a bad snap on that one either.
And I don't blame, like I said, I don't blame Hurts for that fumble going back. Yeah, exactly. So this defense is legit. 10 turnovers forced over the last 3 games when they only had 2 turnovers in the first 6 weeks of the season. So all of a sudden, I think Vic Fangio, his plan at first was, all right, let me see who I got. Let me keep the other team out of the end zone. Bend but don't break.
Okay.
But just keep them out of the end zone, which, if you look at the point totals through those first 6 weeks, they kept teams to under 20 points. Now the last 3 games, it's, all right, if there's an opportunity, take it. And they've done just that. And that's why this defense is legit.
So the Eagles' defense is not horrendous. We want to make that clear, because just a few weeks ago, I was dealing with that on Twitter.
No, the defense is not horrendous.
The defense, first drive, this defense is horrendous. They're terrible. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are not terrible.
They're not.
It's gotten to a point where it's time to say, all right, this defense is absolutely legit. Let's go to John in Philly. John, good morning, man. What's going on? All right, never mind. Let's go to Khalil in Uptown. What's up, Khalil?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi, Khalil.
What's up?
What's going on? Come on, man. The Eagles just beat the freaking Cowboys. Let's go.
Yeah. I listen, right? I'm an objective Eagles fan. I'm a Ravens fan first.
Well, then you're not. Get out of here. I'm a Ravens first. What is this? Come on. They just beat the Cowboys 34-6. It was almost
Seriously.
like my childhood all over again.
Come on,
And
Brendan
you're giving-
Gunn.
I got John not ready. Not you, John. I got John and Philly not ready. I got Khalil going. I'm an objective Eagles fan, Ravens fan first. What the hell does that even mean?
There is no such thing.
What is that?
Oh, my gosh. What a bumpy ride that was. That was like the first quarter for the Eagles offense. Terrible.
All right, coming up next. Text messages.
Oh, my
Because
gosh.
the phone calls are untrustworthy. Text messages next at 610-632-0975. And I had a big smile on my face on Friday. You were not in. And
Was that why you had a big smile on your face? That's the question.
Damn it, you caught me. I just kind of smiled talking about Zack Baun last week. And man,
You better smile
did
today.
he just have another great freaking game. You're going to hear from Zack Baun next because he said something that I thought was really cool for him. It's Kincade Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Flyers get it back in front. Forcer, another shot. He scores!
97.5 The Fanatic. What the hell is... how can you have two favorite teams, Johnny? With all due respect to Khalil.
You're in fourth grade.
I feel bad for hanging up on Khalil, but
I'm a Sixers fan, but I'm also a big Laker fan.
Yeah, like, come on, man.
Stop
you can't be a fan of two teams.
And
Pick one.
more importantly, I'm just being honest. If you tell me, well, the Ravens are my first team, Eagles are my second, then your evaluation of the Eagles is never going to be intense enough for you.
And then what happens December 1st?
Right? It's never going to be intense. Well, then he's a Ravens fan.
Yeah, but does he
No, he's a
root
Ravens
for the
fan. No.
Eagles, too?
He's a Ravens fan.
Like, is this a I hope they tie scenario? Or I hope
come
the
on.
Ravens win by one?
No, if you say one team's number one, then that's it. Again, it's not fourth grade. It's not the lunch table in fourth grade. Pick a
weird.
damn side.
Come on, man. I'm a Ravens fan first, Eagles second. That's ridiculous. All right, so we'll get back to some text messages coming up in a little bit, but the defense, we talked about how great they were yesterday in this past segment. But, John, when you were out on Friday, and I don't know if you want to update
We'll talk about that coming up.
Friday, it was just kind of a moment where I was like, can I say something real quick? Zack Baun. And I just smiled ear to ear. Because this guy, look, he's in the NFL, so his life is cooler than a lot of people. But this guy picks up a brand new position and is tremendous at it. And he's starting to get national recognition. The way Tony Romo talked about him yesterday, they did a whole piece on him with the under the radar player.
Well, I think he's on pace right now. He's looking like a Pro Bowler.
Oh yeah,
I mean, a Pro Bowl linebacker. And I absolutely raised my hand, and most people, I think, would probably be in the same boat. I had to Google him.
Yeah, of course.
I had no idea who he
knew
was.
Who one of the special teams aces was of the Saints.
I had no idea who the guy was, and what Vic Fangio, again, managed to see on him just from tape.
It's unbelievable.
And say, I got to have this guy, and he's going to be a big guy for us. I can't believe it.
And it's been really cool for Zack Baun himself. Here he is after the game yesterday talking about how Philadelphia, the Eagles, are the right fit for him.
Yeah, I compare it a lot to the time I transferred high schools. I was kind of uncomfortable in my old high school, kind of stood out, and when I transferred, I felt like I could be myself and be me, and that's exactly how I feel with this team. Just they embraced me so much, the coaches, the players, the cafeteria staff, everyone just accepted me like a big family, and the people in the building made it really easy for me to transition here.
And that tells you that the Eagles have a great culture. And look, I'll be the first one to rip Nick Sirianni and his coaching decisions, but one of the things that every single media member does tell us, they do like Nick Sirianni, right?
There's no question. It's like Rob Thompson.
Yes.
I criticize Rob Thompson a ton for things, but I also will acknowledge all the things he does great. And the fact is, getting the guys who work for him to love working for him is effortless for him.
Yeah.
And it appears to be that way for Nick Sirianni also.
And look, this also goes up higher like Jeffrey Lurie. And we all know the Doug Peterson emotional intelligence drop that we used to play on the station all the time.
Which I will doubt, by the way, if Nick Sirianni, if Jeff Lurie ever drops that on us again, I'm going to doubt it, because the one thing I do not think is a positive in his column is emotional intelligence. I don't believe he's got that.
But I think back to when Jason Kelce had his retirement speech. If you remember, there was videos of him after the speech. He went to the cafeteria and thanked everybody. And so, like, when you hear Zack Baun randomly mention the people who work inside the cafeteria at NovaCare and how everybody is so welcoming, I mean, that's look, the Eagles organization have been one of the better organizations in all of sports since the turn of the century. It's more than just success on the field.
They have a good crew. They have a good crew of people. And that is culture. And culture does matter to people. That's why I said to you before we even play in the soundbite, lock the man down now.
Oh, Zack Baun, yeah, dude.
Make an offer now before he gets to the end of the year.
I know, and I said
because if he somehow gets through this year and gets through healthy, he is going to sign a Bafo contract.
Well, and if you're Zack Baun, you're going to
it depends.
Set yourself up for that Bafo contract.
See, now I would say to you is bird in the hand or not. I think the majority of guys that I've seen in his position in the NFL would take a big contract. If they get offered a really nice contract, they will take the money because they've never had the money.
Yeah, they never had the money. And by the way, an injury can happen literally any week in this sport.
Howie comes to him with a nice little signing bonus and a 2-year deal.
Yeah, something like
or
that.
something like that. They absolutely, I think, would be able to get their man. Don't mess around with it.
Look, he's been absolutely tremendous. It's part of the reason why this defense has been as dominant as they are. What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text and you can call in at 610-632-0975.
Well, the first one, real short and sweet from Adam, but just what we were talking about. He texts in and says, can we re-sign Zack Baun immediately? I think
There you go.
We're all on the same page with that one. But we also have a check-in here from John V, where he says, yes, the NFC Championship game is now on the table, which means the Super Bowl is. And we can agree the Eagles won't dominate every quarter of every game, so I would rather the Eagles start a little slow, make adjustments, then figure it out and dominate, as opposed to coming out hot and then letting up later in the game like we saw against Jacksonville.
I think you start like that against Detroit, 49ers, Commanders. You play 28 minutes like that, you will lose. I'm confident in saying
unless your defense keeps them from scoring, which
well, no,
again,
but you're not
they've been
playing,
very good this year.
You're not playing with those teams. You're not going to be playing Cooper Rush.
No, I got it.
And an injured team.
Look, it's a fair point.
The Eagles play like they played to the 2-minute warning yesterday in the first half. They will lose to teams that'll stand in their way for a Super Bowl.
So that texter was responding to our main question today. The question, Tony Romo, will replay for you coming up next. As the Eagles were walking off the field after the Kenny Pickett tush-push, Tony Romo said the Eagles are Super Bowl contenders. So we ask you, are they back to being Super Bowl contenders in your mind? We know how much of a roller coaster this season has been. So answer that question for us at 610-632-0975. And, Johnny, we might need to put a trigger warning for this next segment.
Uh-oh. A lot of triggering going on
because
recently.
as you have done, and you are totally fair in doing it, there are things to point out that weren't great despite them winning 34-6.
No.
We'll
really?
talk about those, but in a positive way. I promise it will be in a positive way because they did get better. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas, 97.5
I like
The
making
Fanatic.
you smile right before we come back in the air.
Man. That's,
right before we come
on,
back in the
man.
air.
It is a Victory Monday. That's what's making me smile. A Victory Monday, Football Monday on The Fanatic, brought to us by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. Oh, by the way, we've got a great giveaway for you today. We'll do our typical Know the Show in the 8 o'clock hour today. We have a pair of Flyers tickets for Wednesday, November 20th against the Canes. Lower level seats, beautiful seats that we'll be giving away. We're going to be doing this, all week long?
Yeah, we got like a Flyers giveaway every day?
Yeah, every day we have a pair of tickets, and they're all lower level seats, which is really great at the Wells Fargo Center. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. We'll do Know the Show in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll explain more as that hour approaches us closer. But to start the 7 o'clock hour, we reset the show as we do every single day. So, Eagles beat the Cowboys last night 34-6, and it was an absolute beatdown. Now, the first half wasn't necessarily pretty until that beautiful touchdown where Jalen Hurts avoids pressure and finds Dallas Goedert in the end zone for the touchdown. So let's start there, and then we'll replay you the Tony Romo clip coming up in a little bit as he said something that should make you smile when the Eagles were walking off the field yesterday. But, guys, it's okay to point out without getting emotional that Jalen Hurts struggled to start the game.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? You're not allowed to criticize Jalen Hurts for anything. You're just allowed to focus on the 32 minutes of the game where he played exceptionally well.
Very, very,
so if you're
very
bringing
good
up,
football.
If you're bringing up the other 28 minutes, you're just typical Philly sports radio. What are you? Typical Philly sports radio. No, it's called, seriously, Jared Goff's getting crushed this morning in Detroit.
As he should be.
They're 8-1. They have the best record. They have the best record in the NFC. And he's getting crushed. You know what? You should be. And by the way, when you're a quarterback and you have the best offensive line, the best wide receiver tandem, and the best running back combination, best skill positions, you should be held to a really high standard of performance.
Yeah, and look, he was bad yesterday. He was holding on to the ball just way too long.
Now, people say it was the sun.
So
Could that have played into it?
I legitimately think it can because I saw CeeDee Lamb literally not catch an open touchdown pass.
He didn't even see the ball till it was past him.
And I don't know why Jake Ferguson pulled his – Ferguson did alligator arms. It's almost like he didn't want to take the touchdown away from CeeDee Lamb. I don't know. I do believe the sun probably is a factor in that stadium.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why Jalen Hurts held onto the ball a little bit too long because normally when Hurts holds onto the ball too long, it's because he's dancing. There were times yesterday where he held the ball too long just in the pocket. The one fumble where Micah Parsons knocks it out, it's not that he was rolling right and then rolling left and trying to do the Donovan McNabb 14-second scramble. This was just he held on to the ball probably a second too long, and that's why Parsons was able to knock it out. So I do think the sun is a legitimate factor in that stadium, which is hilarious in itself, and we'll play you some audio from Jerry Jones later on this hour. But other than that, look, he threw a couple of balls once the sun factor was gone.
Then he was on fire.
Well, there were still a couple passes where he was like that one throw to Devontae Smith, where Devontae Smith had to come back for it, and I don't know how there wasn't a penalty. That was a horrible throw.
I know what you're saying. That one to me is completely excusable because I know that I'm going to see that from. I think I'm going to see that from every quarterback in the league.
Yeah, exactly.
And honestly, the way that I've seen turnovers and some of the throws I saw yesterday from Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
I'm going to excuse that.
Oh, you're right.
What I'm not going to excuse is the not getting rid of the football and taking unnecessary sacks and rolling back 10, 12 yards to take a loss when you got to get rid of the damn ball.
There was the one sack he took.
That's the part that's unexcusable.
It was second down. He lost like 8 or 9 yards on it. If you remember, they then called a timeout on the 3rd and 17, and then he ends up getting sacked again on 3rd down, which was just a bad couple of minutes for the Eagles. And again, the first half was not pretty for the Eagles. It was
terrible.
But you can't take a sack like that on 2nd down. You take that sack on 3rd down, all right, fine. You were trying to find a play to try to get a first down. But on 2nd down, you can't lose 9 yards.
He had an exceptional day if you started it with the last possession of the first half.
Which was that play.
Oh, my gosh, beautiful.
When Overshone has a clear shot at him, and he slides out and then hits Goddard with a perfect strike where only Goddard could get to the football. That was beautiful. And so I'm going to put it this as, he had a rough start to the game. He has been spectacular since the bye week. one turnover-worthy play
And-
leading up to this past game.
And the first half interception, I have no problem with.
No issue.
I didn't like the play call on first down.
Yeah. By the way,
I wanted
Diggs,
them, but it was a beautiful. That was a great play by Diggs.
Like that was an all-pro play
he had to
by
make
Trayvon Diggs.
He had to
Yeah.
make a perfect play to intercept that.
Right.
ball.
That's also more on Goddard than it was on Hurts, I think.
You think he should have become a defender?
He was waiting for the ball to get
He
to
got too
him.
deep down the field
Yeah.
on the route. He had him on his back. He goes deep. He makes it more of a vertical route, which makes it easier to cut off than if you just use your body.
Listen
Now,
to you.
some may-
Listen to the football guy.
Now, some may say if you release it a second quicker,
Correct.
that
Absolutely.
doesn't
Also
happen.
fair.
And that's
Also
what Tony
fair.
said.
But I'm
Dude.
not going to be
But that's
harsh on
that's
Jalen Hurts for
nitpicking.
that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Diggs made a spectacular play. Like the Tyrann Mathieu interception against the Saints, that was on Jalen Hurts. This one, I can't completely crush him for it. I could probably say if you got the ball out quicker, or maybe if Dallas Goedert didn't miss the last 3 games, maybe that connection is there and it's a little bit more flawless. So, look, it's okay to point out, because I saw you going at it with some people on social media yesterday. It's okay to point out when things are bad. I had a guy yesterday on social media after the Eagles win tweeting at me going, "Oh, yeah? Am I going to hear you complain about Sirianni this week?" No.
No.
You know why? Because he did nothing for me to complain about.
He had a great day yesterday.
Like, it is okay to be critical when it's warranted.
Nick Sirianni, and again, it's Nick Sirianni, much like Jalen Hurts, has been given a loaded deck.
Yes.
So the standard that I expect of Nick Sirianni, with arguably the best offensive skill set, tool set in the entire NFL, arguably, I expect differently of Nick Sirianni and what his team accomplishes and
Right.
how they look. I don't like right now. So to me, he was excellent yesterday. There was nothing. I didn't once go Sirianni thing. I'm sitting with my buddy Paul and I'm going though, take the 3.
And he did.
And he did it. He did everything. It's as if he makes mistakes, he learns from them, and unfortunately, he has not shown us the ability to not backslide yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully he will. Hopefully he's learning, because right now this team looks really, really good.
Right.
Now, again, go ahead.
What?
Here's the Sirianni life cycle. Is he has a game where he makes a bunch of major mistakes, and then he spends like 2-3 weeks doing nothing wrong and taking care of business, and they go on a run, and then he has another one of those like blow-up games and something different, or it's a reset of previous problems. So what we got to do is week 18.
He's got to have a bad
He's
week.
just got to blow up.
He's gotta have a bad
challenge
week. You're right.
everything, all kinds of timeouts, and then he'll get hot for the postseason.
I mean, this game was
I like that. I like the thought process.
This game was perfect for the Eagles yesterday. The fourth quarter starters are out. Saquon Barkley, by the way, only had 15 total touches yesterday, 14 carries, and 1 reception. I know at some point he had to exit the game because of the forearm injury, and we were all holding our breath during that. But, like, honestly, this game went perfectly for the Eagles knowing what's coming Thursday night. It went perfectly. Forget how it played in the first quarter. I'm saying
No, it went
fourth
perfect.
quarter starters were out. Saquon Barkley was not overtaxed yesterday. Nobody got banged or severe. No, nobody got hurt, right? Obviously, there's going to be nicks and bruises after a football game. That always happens, especially on a short week Thursday night. But the Eagles were able to rest their starters in the fourth quarter. The Commanders had to go toe-to-toe down the stretch with the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday, and they lost. So this game went perfectly for the Eagles yesterday. I
would say physically, Washington is going to carry some wounds into that game.
Absolutely.
Because that was a physical contest.
It was against a physical team in the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here's a couple clips for you before we get back to our main topic today, and we'll talk to you all at 610-632-0975. Because I told you we would turn this into a positive. Here's Jalen Hurts talking about the defense responding after his turnovers.
I mean, it's everything. It's complimentary ball in the sense of, one phase of the team having the other phases back. I own that completely. I'm very aware of what was going on the play. He made a great catch. The other one just caught me in a bad moment. Had one hand on the ball, got to protect the ball better. So, always good when we can rally around those things and continue to persevere, be a resilient team, and move forward.
So you love the accountability from Jalen in that clip, but you also love the honesty in the beginning. Like, look, this is a team effort. Like, guys got to have their backs. I mean, how many times have we seen, maybe not this season, but how many times have we seen an Eagles game where they had to put up 40 points in order to win, right? They had the offense had the defense's back. Yesterday, early on in the game, the defense had the offense's back.
You're giving up less than 18 points a game.
It's unbelievable.
That's really wild. That's like 17 to me is always sort of that number. But the shocking thing, too, is, and Jalen, the accountability there from Jalen,
it's great.
Top notch. But right now, you've got the offense 25.9 points per game. And earlier, before the year began, I thought 27 was going to be the floor of expectation.
Yeah.
Which is a high number for a floor of expectation. And I thought it'd be 27, and then whatever they could do above that was going to be awesome. I think this team's cruising in that direction.
They are heading that
direction.
direction.
They are absolutely heading there where they're going to get to those numbers.
Let's play one more clip for you. Here's the head coach, Nick Sirianni, talking about Jalen Hurts.
Thought he did a lot of good things. Obviously didn't start the way we wanted it to start, but there's something to be said for guys that can rebound and play a really good game after things don't go right early on. He'll want some of those plays back, but great job handling adversity, putting his head down, continuing to work. Again, I say it to you guys all the time, he's a winner. He knows how to win. He knows that every game's not going to be perfect. I'm really proud of him and how he responded to a slow start and helped lead us to a victory.
Even Sirianni was having a good press conference yesterday. Yesterday was a great day, dude.
Nick Sirianni was perfect yesterday. And so did the guy who was getting on your back last night? No. We're not criticizing Nick Sirianni today.
No.
Because when Nick Sirianni's going to get criticized is when he gives us the ammunition to criticize him.
Right.
And you don't get a free pass. If you have a roster, if you had Brian Dable's roster, I watched a little bit of that Giants Panthers game yesterday.
God bless you.
Terrible.
Jinx.
Absolutely terrible.
Hey, donut.
And I'm saying to you, are you kidding me? Brian Dable expected to win. He did nothing to lose that game yesterday. His quarterback did.
Yeah, because Daniel Jones sucks.
Brian Dable, I have no idea if he's a good coach or a bad coach.
Right, you can't really tell by that team.
I can't evaluate it because of that. If Brian Dable had every resource that was at Nick Sirianni's thing, he'd be evaluated differently.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, look.
Seriously, I can't get past the people with the and as I said it before, I went and counted here. 5 different people that are on my feed, so the aggregator gives them to me. Oh, Jalen Hurts is the only quarterback being evaluated like this.
No, it's not.
They'll have crickets about Jared Goff. He won't say. Jared Goff is getting crushed this morning in Detroit.
In his city.
He's getting crushed.
By his fans.
And the question of the day in Detroit sports radio this morning, are the Lions paper tigers?
Oh, jeez.
If their quarterback can't play even mediocre football.
So their question
I mean, this is the idea. When you were talking about being a Super Bowl contender, raise your bar of critique.
Right.
Raise your bar of expectation.
That's why I always say I focus on my team before I start focusing on other teams.
Now, hang on.
Okay.
You say that. That's an interesting way to look at that conversation you just had. Because I don't necessarily default to, they're Super Bowl contenders, raise the bar for how we evaluate Jalen Hurts. I think a valid way to also think about it is your defense is really darn good. They're top 5, so that lowers the level of what Jalen Hurts has to do to win with this team because you believe the defense will pick him up more. Jared Goff just threw 5 picks. That's the best team in the NFC, but listen, if he's doing that, if the Chiefs are barely winning over on the AFC side, you look around and you say, how many guys really are playing up to a high level of football at the quarterback position right now? Does that lower the bar for what Hurts would potentially have to do to get there?
The thing is, though, I don't want to lower the bar. I get what you're saying, and it's completely valid. In logic, it's completely valid. A 5th-year quarterback in the NFL, a 4th-year starter, a $250 million contract, no. I refuse to look at it and go, well, he doesn't need to be that great.
I don't want to do it. I hold my players to a specific standard.
He's your highest paid player.
And you know what?
He's your team leader. He's supposed to be that.
After the first 20-some-odd minutes of that game, he then played like the franchise quarterback that we've been seeing the last couple of weeks. So you hear Detroit radio questioning whether or not this team is real or whether or not they're a paper tiger. Our question today for you, are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Here was Tony Romo at the end of the game yesterday. Kenny Pickett just did the tush push to extend the game so that the clock could continue to bleed out. The Eagles get their big win in Dallas. They get set for their Thursday night game against the Commanders, but Tony Romo had this on his mind.
The way they're playing, the offensive line is dominating football games. We all talk about Barkley and Hurts. They've got so many weapons, but this starts up front on the D-line and O-line. They are dominating right now, and they are a real Super Bowl contender.
They are real Super
I
Bowl
love it.
contenders. What do we have on
I
the
love
text
that.
line, Connor? We'll go to the phones as well, 610-632-0975.
Yeah, we have a lot of people obviously feeling good about the Birds this morning, but not Paul from Malvern. He says they are not back yet. They need to win on Thursday before we can make that statement. Have they improved? Yes. The first half yesterday was concerning, and if that was against a good team, we would have been in real trouble.
So that was
Okay.
Paul. Paul's not alone. I had a tweet from Philly to Hoboken. Checking in here.
I love Hoboken.
We beat bad teams. The next 3 teams we play will be a better barometer. Commanders, Rams, and Ravens. We sweep them, then we can start talking Super Bowl. If you look, you don't have to sweep. Go 2-1, and
Okay, people, though, that have his opinion. When you look at it, just Detroit wins at Houston, at Green Bay, at Minnesota, at Arizona, who leads the NFC West, and home versus the Rams.
Yeah, it was a great win.
They've got 5 quality wins that arguably are better than any Eagles win. If you think, yeah, Minnesota's better than Green Bay. I mean, and it's a better Eagles win to win at Green Bay than to win in Sao Paulo.
Right.
So Detroit has 5 wins on their schedule right now, already in the ledger, better than what the Eagles.
So I get where these people are coming from, but I'm going strictly eye test. Jalen Hurts is not throwing a bad football. They're running the football effectively, and that's what they should be doing. And since they started doing that from the bye week, it's changed how this offense has been clicking on all cylinders. And the defense, I think, is legit. Do I think they're going to hold opposing teams to under 100 yards passing every single week? No, of course not. But I saw them locking down CeeDee Lamb. I saw Cooper DeJean again in coverage. I saw so many guys just sticking to receivers yesterday, regardless of who the quarterback was.
Okay, when was the last time the Eagles had somebody? I mean, Vic Fangio, he's got brass ones. And part of it is, I think, he's in his last job in the NFL. He's grandpa. He's going to retire. He's got all the money in the bank. He doesn't give a flip. He is letting Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell have one-on-one opportunities against some of the best players in the NFL, and they keep making him proud.
There was a play yesterday.
They keep making him proud.
Tony Romo actually pointed it out. It was before the Zeke fumble, I think, where CeeDee Lamb and Quinyon Mitchell were one-on-one inside the 10-yard line. So it was one-on-one, like, go ahead, young buck, try to stop CeeDee Lamb. And he actually did. I thought there was an illegal pick play. I don't know if you guys remember this.
Oh, I totally remember it.
I don't know how the refs missed that. Jake Ferguson hit Quinyon Mitchell. The ball was in the air, and it was, like, egregious.
How about the amount of times that they were being? I mean, there were the Cowboys corners not even turning around.
Yeah, it was bad.
Over and over again. It happened 3 different times. And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought it was a strangely officiated game.
It was.
And I thought the Eagles got away with a few, too.
Yeah, they did, but it ultimately didn't matter.
They let him play.
Man.
They let him play yesterday,
Yeah, man.
which I prefer.
Eagles-Cowboys, the rivalry that everybody was so excited for. What a beatdown of a game that was yesterday. All right, so coming up next, we'll hear more from you. But there could be a legit excuse as to why Jalen struggled yesterday. We touched on it. The sun, I think, may be a legitimate excuse as to why Jalen Hurts was not good in the first half of that football game. Jera spoke to the media yesterday. Jerry Jones, there should be a class action lawsuit about eye damage going toward him. That sun is ridiculous. Jerry Jones talked about it. We play that for you coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
shop imaginable. Tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online. Because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Drexel basketball is heating up, and you're invited to another huge season, including Philadelphia Big Five matchups, as well as opponents from all around the country. Join fans from all over as our Drexel Dragons take the court right here on Market Street in the Daskalaskis Athletic Center. Experience the excitement of Drexel Division I men's and women's basketball in one of the most intimate sporting venues in the city. Come roar with the Dragons. For tickets, go to drexel.edu/Dragon Tickets.
Are you ready to reclaim your vitality? Guys, at Iron Mountain Men's Health, we understand that erectile dysfunction and low testosterone can hold you back. Now they're a choice, not a diagnosis. This is Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. Whether you're hitting the gym or cheering for the birds, your health is your MVP. Iron Mountain Men's Health offers personalized treatment plans to help you feel like a champion again. Reclaim your vitality today. Visit IronMountainMen'sHealth.com to schedule your free consultation with me. That's Iron Mountain Men's Health, the leader in men's sexual health.
Hey, it's John Kincade. Benari Jewelers is breaking all the rules this weekend. Their biggest ever sale on engagement rings and wedding bands. You can save up to 20% on thousands of rings. Top bridal designers are in for the occasion with their entire collections all on sale. You're going to see the latest from Takori, Sylvie, Henry Dossie, and more. Save up to 20% on virtually all Benari engagement rings and wedding bands. And the best pricing of the whole year for everything. So this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you can get the details at BenariJewelers.com. Don't miss the best ring buying opportunity you've ever had at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
97.5 The Fanatic has some basketball tickets with your name on them.
Head to 975thefanatic.com and enter for a chance to win tickets to see the Sixers take on the Cavs Wednesday, November 13th at the Wells Fargo Center.
Or you can score tickets for Penn versus...
On Kincade Salciunas on this Victory Monday here on 97.5. The Fanatic Eagles beat down the Cowboys yesterday, and a quick turnaround now as we start looking toward Eagles Commanders. We haven't focused much on that today because there's so much to unpack from yesterday's dominant win on both sides of the ball. But, man, it's going to be a quick turnaround for Eagles Commanders Thursday night. We'll have you covered all day on the Fanatic. Our pregame show will be from 6 to kickoff, following the best show ever. So Connor, Bill, and I will be at Xfinity Live. Lincoln Financial Field, I imagine that entire area is going to be raucous leading up to what will be, so far, the biggest game of the season for the Eagles and what could end up being the biggest game of the season for the Philadelphia Eagles. But let's continue talking a little bit more about this Eagles-Cowboys game from yesterday. So last segment, we talked about Jalen Hurts' performance, and we lauded him for everything that happened around the 2-minute warning in the first half on. But it's okay to point out that he struggled early on. However, John.
Yeah, it is. It's okay to be objective.
There may have been a legitimate excuse, or reason, I should say, as to why Jalen Hurts struggled.
Okay.
And I want to thank Andrew Ellis, who just sent me a screenshot of just how bad the sun glare, not sun glare, the sun. Like, it was the straight-up sun looked peering into Jerry World yesterday, and the screenshot was Jalen Hurts in the gun getting ready to take a snap, and the sun, I'm looking at a screenshot visual, and I'll try to explain it for you and the audience. I can barely see the Cowboys defenders in the photo. This is a screenshot. I'm not watching moving parts.
You're talking about the glare.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was the straight-up sun. The way the sun was setting, it wasn't like somebody's phone was shining it into Jalen Hurts' eyes. It was the straight-up sun was just right in front of him because the big windows in the end zones in the stadium yesterday. And I remember that being pointed out immediately when the stadium was built. Remember the scoreboard was too low?
Oh, yes.
And punts were hitting it. They actually had to raise the scoreboard after year one of that stadium. They got to do something about that sun because when it turns November and the Cowboys play a lot of nationally televised games at 4 o'clock because they're America's team, this continues to be a problem for them.
Yeah, and the thing is, I've been in that building for events, and they have curtains. I've been in there when I know that, and I think it was ESPN Overnight, they said, one of the reporters said, I know the building has curtains because I've seen it before.
Because of the other events that take place inside, yeah.
So, I mean, it's something that can be used. I have no idea how that is not the NFL doesn't do something about that.
Now, they might think, competitive advantage. We'll pick this side of the field to defend, but Jalen might struggle trying to see receivers to throw to, but then your receivers on the tail end, your receivers, the Cowboys receivers.
Second and third quarter are screwed.
In the first half, they're looking for the ball to try to catch it, and they can't see.
I'm saying second and third quarter, they were staring directly. It was coming directly at them.
Right. That's why that CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson weird moment.
He didn't even react. CeeDee Lamb did not even. That was beyond.
Did you see they did the slow-mo? He pointed at his eyes, pointed at the sun. They can't freaking see. So, Jerry Jones, he's a peach, man. Here is Jerry after the game yesterday being asked about the sun.
By the way, we know where the sun's going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. So we do know where the damn sun's going to be and our own safety.
There's that always one media member, by the way, who plays the LeFou role.
Oh, that has to laugh.
You're funny, Jerry. Hey, do my interview with me, Jerry? Yeah. Let me. What a joke. What a joke.
Yeah. I mean, I would have laughed at that, too.
I mean,
sounds like
nobody else laughed. It was stupid.
I just can't, like he says, we know where the sun's going to be when we flip the coin. But either way, so let's say you're on defense, the sun is at your back. Okay, so the opposing team's quarterback is going to struggle. But then when your team is trying to score a touchdown and you're throwing the football, the sun is in the eyes of the receivers. So I think ultimately they built the stadium and didn't take that into account. I think somehow a multi-billion-dollar project just missed that fine detail.
No, I think he doesn't want the drapes up.
Yeah, why?
I just think something. I understand what you're saying. It doesn't, but I mean, it's unbelievable.
By the way, we know
it is a hard to watch him but I hope he never retires.
No, you hope he never retires.
He never gives over the any control.
You hope he lives forever so that he can continue to run this team the way that he's been running it, which is why they've been irrelevant for 3 decades.
Let me give you one shocking number too, is that because it's something that was over talked about in this market. Remember Jalen Carter? Well, the guy can't play a lot of snaps. He just can't. At Georgia, he didn't play a lot of snaps, and I would try to explain to people that at Georgia, Kirby Smart had 3 levels of defense of 5-star recruits.
Right.
So he was never required to play a ton of snaps. Jalen Carter, again, with a 72% of the snaps played.
Yeah, he's been a beast.
He's playing, and he doesn't appear to be slowing down.
And yesterday was one of the first times, because I took note of it. Every once in a while, I got the notebook in front of me. It was one of the first times of note, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing Jalen Carter not beat his man, but then put his arms up and deflect a pass. Like, that's
not a lot of that going on.
I haven't seen that happen, but that's all right, this guy's learning. He's getting even better. He's going to be even more of a force that he has the wherewithal to realize, all right, I'm not beating my guy off the block. I'm going to deflect this pass. I don't remember seeing Jalen Carter do that before.
Well, yeah, he's only a year and a half in.
Yeah.
There's going to be plenty that he learns.
But there was so much vitriol on Jalen Carter last year. Part of it was the decline of the team. the way the team fell apart.
I thought it was more so directed to Jordan Davis than Jalen Carter.
I don't think Jalen Carter got much crap at all.
I got the dead people saying he's MIA. He can't finish the season. He's playing a ton of snaps. He's playing a high level of football. Yesterday from the Fox pregame, he's one of the top 2 guys in the NFL is facing double teams.
Yeah, he's great.
He's a beast. Yeah. And everybody knows he's a beast.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody knows that he's a beast. All right, what do we have on the text line? We'll get to the phones as well. 610-632-0975. Our question today, are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders in your mind? Tony Romo said that they are at the end of the game yesterday. But we still have had some text messages and some tweets today saying, look, I got to see them beat some real teams. And a lot of people will look at this Thursday night matchup. I guarantee you Thursday might be the marker for a lot of people. But what do we got on the text line?
June from Yardley checks in, and he's got a question. You guys are football guys, so maybe you'll be able to help him out. Says, can someone tell me who this number 4 guy on the Eagles is? First time I feel like we've seen him in a couple weeks.
Look, he didn't overthink it yesterday. Nick Sirianni said, all right, let me get the 3 points. And this is why I get so annoyed from last week when he had his press conference Monday and said, I look back at the decisions that I've made and I would do them again. And then those opportunities came up this weekend, yesterday, and he decided to take the points. And I get annoyed because I go, don't lie to me, Nick. Like, would you really do the exact same things if those scenarios played out? Because those scenarios played out yesterday, and you took the points. And I applaud you for it. Okay? I'm not trying to badmouth you here.
No.
I applaud you for doing it. But don't tell me in one breath that you would do the same thing all over again, and then the following week literally do what we all asked you to do.
I heard Jason Kelce defending it.
Yeah, why?
I heard Jason Kelce defending it going,
well, of course.
You know, those six opportunities there, Nick Sirianni, none of them, it's a coin flip on any one of them.
He's going to bat for his guy.
No, it wasn't. At some point, the dedication to the gig is funny to the whole little act. But at some point, you just got to go, okay, there were 6 opportunities. 2 of them were egregious. The other 4, coin flips, sure.
That's completely unfair when we had a guy who covers the team call into this show last week and said he had no issue with all of them.
And we disagreed with Jeff.
No, you could disagree, but it's not. That doesn't mean that It doesn't mean that Jason Kelce is just saying it to defend Nick Sirianni.
I will say this: I've not heard Jason Kelce say one critical thing of the Eagles so far this year.
And that's fine. And you could say he normally leans to that side of protecting the organization. But when we have an unbiased reporter who covers the team, who people think sometimes is too critical, and he agrees with the decision making,
which doesn't mean that the opinion is correct.
I'm not saying that. You could say I disagree with Jason Kelce, but painting it as he's defending Nick Sirianni just to defend Nick Sirianni is not fair.
I disagree with Jason Kelce, and I also believe he has not said anything critical about the Eagles in his new
yes,
gig.
And he doesn't.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing one thing.
He does.
All right, so coming up next, we'll keep on getting more of your reaction because today is a beautiful day. The Eagles beat the doors off of the Cowboys yesterday. I know the buzz for Eagles-Cowboys was not there, but it is still just such a great sight to see them go down to Dallas and beat the doors off them 34-6. It was very much like my childhood, man. 44-6 was in my mind, in my memories. I remember Brian Dawkins. Huh?
That was 09,
yes.
I believe, right?
Brian Dawkins hitting Marion Barber, and then they bring it back for the touchdown, the fumble. I had visions of that yesterday. They beat the doors off the Cowboys yesterday, and that should put a smile on you from ear to ear because the Eagles, and we'll talk about this next, ended the Cowboys season yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Flyers get it back in front.
Fanatic. I mentioned it earlier in the hour. For the entire 8 o'clock hour, we play Know the Show. So in the 8 o'clock hour, we have our Monday morning radio host. From 8 to 8:10, we react to Nick Sirianni's press conference from yesterday following the Eagles' win. From 8:10 to 8:20, we're joined by Andrew DiCecco. That 8:30 segment that we do, we look around the NFL, we look at the scores, and, of course, the standings, because, man, was yesterday a crazy day in terms of NFC playoff implications. So listen throughout the 8 o'clock hour, and then at the end of the hour, we will ask a question specifically from the 8 o'clock hour for your chance to win a pair of Flyers tickets. We will be doing this all week long. It's a pair of Flyers tickets for the Wednesday, November 20th game against the Hurricanes, and they're lower level, beautiful seats. I've sat in our station seats before. They're beautiful seats. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com or win them coming up in about an hour here on Kincade Salciunas.
So did you guys have fun Friday?
Without you?
Have a good time, fun Friday?
Always.
Yeah. Sounded like you did earlier.
It was a good time, but we missed you.
I want to thank everybody who sent along a note, because I understood when I woke up Friday that it might have scared people that were wishing me well going through my full body scan on Thursday that I wasn't here Friday. And the reason was I had a very bad reaction to barium. The drink and then the radioactive dye they got to put in you to be able to look at your whole body.
Yeah, it's not a martini.
I was vomiting for about 8 hours.
Yeah.
And it was not fun. I've never had this reaction before, ever. And so that was the reason I was not in. I just said, I was so sick Thursday night. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to risk it. Let the guys have a plan for Friday without me. I want to say the good news. I am completely cancer-free.
Damn right.
The scan was clean. We got a few things to navigate that the radical chemotherapy that I did obviously caused some little issues. I'll deal with those, some side effects. But other than that, great news, cancer-free, and I thank everybody who has supported, who's been a part of it. A long way to go, but that is the first-year milestone, and it is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So thank you to everybody.
Of course, man. That was it was great news when he texted us.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't.
We missed you on Friday.
I should have just told you Friday to go, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong, because I had a few people reach out. I'm like, nah, it's all right. So everything's good. Thank you very much. And thanks to all my doctors and nurses and to all the great cancer researchers that saved my life.
And we keep on moving forward. That means Kincade and Salciunas does go on another day.
Yeah, we're going to get, exactly.
We got to show 171, all right?
Exactly.
So we hope we get to a show 172, which will be tomorrow. All right. So this made me smile ear to ear. Now, Johnny, we talked about this on Thursday, when you were in last week. I wanted the Eagles to beat the doors off the Cowboys, and I understood. Logical John was right. Hey, just take care of business against the Cowboys. Get ready for Thursday night against the Commanders. You were spot on for saying it. But I wanted Pride to beat the doors off the Cowboys for two reasons. One, the Eagles continue to have their chest out, because I do believe that Giants win was a big deal for that locker room. Because if you remember, last year, every win was winning by the skin of their teeth. And there was a sense, Jeff McClain said, it's the most miserable 10-1 locker room that I've ever been around. I remember our man Andrew DiCecco telling us that they walked out of that locker room after the 28-3 win against the Giants with their heads up high, and there was a little bit of a different swagger, which is why I do believe statement wins matter. Because now all of a sudden you can walk around saying, yeah, I am the big dog. We aren't this team that's just skating by and finding ways to win. They beat the doors off the Cowboys yesterday, which I think helps the Eagles mentally. But, man, is it also a good feeling knowing that the Cowboys season pretty much died yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't thinking that the Cowboys were a factor after the minute I heard the Dak injury.
Correct.
To me, I had already put the toe tag on. But it is nice to know, because you get to play the Cowboys again in December at home. And right now, you've got Cowboys, your last two home games, should you need them for seeding for a division title, you got Cowboys, Giants at home.
Yeah, you got to feel good about that.
Two teams that are going to be literally saying, we're doing everything we can for the draft pick.
Well, yeah, exactly. Especially the Giants.
The Giants especially, too. Exactly.
You're spot on, man. I mean, they could be benching a bunch of guys just to try to get that extra loss.
You don't know what's going to happen.
No, you have no idea. So, great day for the Eagles to win that game yesterday. Also, just a great day to be an Eagles fan, because you watch them absolutely beat the doors off the Cowboys. There's one more play I want to talk about before we get to before we get to our text messages. In the first quarter, right before the Eagles scored a touchdown, this is something that I think I want to celebrate. It's such a minute part of that game yesterday. But it was 3rd and 6. If the Eagles don't get the first down, they kick the field goal. They're up 3-0. Jalen Hurts checked down to Saquon Barkley. And what did Barkley do?
Beat 3 tackles, was it?
Beat 3 tackles and got a first down, and then they scored the next play on the tush push to go up 7-0.
Does he beat? Is there a play every single game where 3rd and 5 or more that we don't see Saquon Barkley elude 3 or 4 defenders?
He comes close to it.
Seems like it's every game.
And even if he doesn't get the first down, I still go back to the Giants game where it was 3rd and 12, and he beat the doors off that one guy, and then he made it a 4th and 3. They ended up punting, but something that bothered me with Jalen Hurts so much last year was the hero ball, no checkdowns, right? This year he's doing it to everybody. Tight ends, running backs, and that play goes from 3 points to 7 points. Would it have made an ultimate difference in the game? Probably not. They beat the doors off the Cowboys yesterday. But to get 7 points on your opening drive, and all it took was a little check down Charlie to Saquon Barkley. Not Kenneth Gainwell, respectfully, or Will Shipley, respectfully, to Saquon Barkley, who's one of the better running backs in the NFL. I loved seeing that out of Jalen Hurts yesterday because it's something that I believe is being coached into him.
I want to see a lot more of Kenneth Gainwell and Will Shipley.
You got that yesterday, man.
And I want to see a lot more of it.
You got that yesterday.
Because that's what we need.
All right, coming up next, 8 o'clock hour, we do the Monday morning radio host. We react to Nick Sirianni's press conference, and we do what we do best, break down audio, not film. Not us. We're fake football guys. We break down audio. So you'll hear some of Nick Sirianni's press conference. We react to the clips coming up next. And then our man Andrew DiCecco joins us at 8:10 to give us his evaluation on what was an incredible game for the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday and a quick turnaround for Thursday night when they take on the Commanders to stay on top of the NFC East if they were able to get a win. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Football Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
4 touchdowns for Hurts. I'm Connor Thomas.
Kincade Salciunas on a Victory Monday. Football Mondays on the Fanatic, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. We have our man Andrew DiCecco joining us in 10 minutes for his analysis on yesterday's great win for the Philadelphia Eagles, and then, of course, the quick turnaround for Thursday night against the Commanders. And all this hour, listen closely, toward the end of it, in that 8:47 segment, we will play Know the Show for your chance to win a pair of lower-level Flyers tickets for the Wednesday, November 20th game against the Canes. You can purchase your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com or win it today or all week long on Kincade and Salciunas.
Flyers go to Carolina, lose with 27 seconds to go to Tampa and win in overtime in a shootout, go play the Stanley Cup champs and lose in a shootout there. That was a great road trip.
Yep, they're playing good hockey right now.
By the way, Michkov will be back.
Oh, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, he'll be back.
We talked about it on Friday. I would love to get your thoughts on it.
Heard the pearls.
Yeah, I know.
I hear the pearls clutching. I can hear them clinking.
All right, it's time now for the Monday morning radio host.
Now, the Monday morning radio host on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, we react to Nick Sirianni's press conference. We play clips throughout it, and then we react. We're not football guys. We're fake football guys. So instead of breaking down film, we break down press conferences. Here's Nick Sirianni yesterday after the game talking about the defense, keeping them in it early on.
That kind of happened in the Brazil game, too, against the Packers. They just kind of helped us stay in it when it wasn't going great. And I think the defense has done a really nice job. They played a great game today. Forcing that turnover, I think after our turnover, was huge to keep it at 7-3. I just thought they started fast. They played great throughout the entire game. We tackled. I love when we tackle well. I mean, we've tackled really well. Just those guys on that football team on the Cowboys have some guys that can really do some damage with the ball in their hands. They got a lot of guys that you got to be alert for. That was a keys all week of fundamentally sound. So we really tackled well. And we really did a good job taking the football away and having the football on our mind. And so, good start by them, good performance by them all the way.
You know what made me think about during listening to that clip? It made me think about how soft must those Dolphins players have been. Crying about Vic Fangio being too hard on them. Remember the victory tour they went on when he left Miami?
Oh, yes.
Even Tyreek Hill was on podcasts talking about how his teammates on defense are thrilled that Vic Fangio's gone because he was hard on them.
He's such a, out of touch. Yeah.
It's working out pretty well for the Eagles.
They're fine with them.
And how's it working in Miami right now? I mean, it
depends on your audience. Other people will look at a guy too tough. If you hit the right people, they can handle it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They seem to be getting along very well.
But Nick Sirianni said it best at the beginning. Look, it was kind of just like the Packers game. Sometimes you got to rely on your defense to make plays despite your offense turning the football over. Obviously, much more impressive when it was against Green Bay where they held them to 2 field goals when the Eagles gave the Packers great field position. But yesterday, man, punching the ball out, Zack Baun finding a way to get to the ball constantly. His story is absolutely amazing. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about Jalen Hurts and his performance.
Thought he did a lot of good things. Obviously didn't start the way we wanted it to start, but there's something to be said for guys that can rebound and play a really good game after things don't go right early on. He'll want some of those plays back, but great job handling adversity, putting his head down, continuing to work. Again, I say it to you guys all the time, he's a winner. He knows how to win. He knows that every game's not going to be perfect. I'm really proud of him and how he responded to a slow start and helped lead us to a victory.
I mean, he didn't spiral. He turned things around.
Yeah, he did.
And it all started with that great play in the second quarter around the 2-minute warning, that touchdown pass. It was amazing.
It was as if a light switch went off, and it may have been the sun setting.
I was about to say that was the light switch. That was the light switch. It was the sun getting out of his eyes, man.
Yes.
All right, here's Sirianni talking about a fan favorite. I tweeted this out yesterday, and I'm curious. I'll ask it after I want to hear your answer after the clip. How many Zack Baun jerseys do we start to see around Philadelphia? Here's Nick Sirianni talking about the linebacker.
He just keeps getting better. Wasn't a lot of plays that he had at inside linebacker coming into this. Like I said, I kind of gushed to you guys about Bobby King earlier this week and the job he's doing. And then that's the same thing with Kobe getting everybody on the same page. Zach's a great athlete. He's tough. You see him in the open field making tackles. You see him sticking his face in there in tight quarters. You see him being able to rush. He's on a streak now, taking the football away and the ball being on his mind. Best compliment I can give a guy is, man, that guy's a really good football player. And that happens when you're tough, you're physical, all detailed. And he's playing really fundamentally sound and just getting better every time he steps out in the field.
If he gets an extension, because I'm reading the responses. I ran the station's Twitter account during the second half yesterday, and I asked the question, at what point do we start seeing Zack Baun jerseys? And a lot of people said the second he gets an extension, because nobody wants to buy a jersey and then he leaves.
Yeah, you got to have an extension first.
Does Zack Baun become a big jersey around the Philadelphia area if he gets an extension? We love
right?
We love defense in this city. I mean, let's face it, our roots are 3 yards in a cloud of dust and defense. That's what the roots of Philadelphia Eagles football is. If Zack Baun gets an extension, I expect to see Baun jerseys around.
Yeah.
It's hard, though.
Don't hold your breath on those jerseys.
Well, because you got Carter, you got Mitchell, DeJean jerseys. You've been talking about how the holidays you expect to see a lot of it.
So many little kids are going to have Cooper DeJean jerseys and Quinyon Mitchell jerseys.
Let's not forget
they would be the top two.
Saquon, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, I'll let you believe that I think those will be bigger sellers at Christmas.
What, the young defensive players?
The young defensive players that we know are going to be here for a long time.
Oh, by the way, I'm sure there are a lot of Saquon Barkley jerseys that went off the shelves immediately.
No, he was the two. Yeah. Wasn't he the top two seller?
Yeah, I think so.
So those may have already been purchased.
Yeah, I think those people probably already got them.
Santa might bring Cooper Salciunas a Cooper DeJean jersey.
Santa!
Hey, Cooper. You know what I mean?
That makes sense.
It's within the name.
And he's going to be around.
Yes. All right, this is something I think is very important to play. It's something that the Eagles do a great job. Knowing that Jalen Hurts is as mobile as he is, especially continuing to make plays downfield after escaping the pocket. Here's Nick Sirianni talking about the Eagles' offensive scramble drills.
I just thought it was a great scramble. We've been doing a good job working with the quarterback. It's been a big emphasis of the scramble drill. I feel like Jalen's done a good job of eluding the rush, being able to escape outside, both to the right and left, and also through the middle, having all those different options for him. And the guys are doing a good job. It takes everybody. It's an unscripted play. Dallas did a good job freeing himself up because it looked like Dallas was in sort of I don't know if they were in man on that particular play, but they did a good job of plastering, which we'll call it, once he did scramble, and Dallas did a good job of freeing up, and Jalen found him.
Yeah, I mean, that must be coached. I imagine they must run a lot of drills, not giving up on a play. Do you guys remember? I don't know if you saw it. It made its rounds on social media last week. The last Bears game, Caleb Williams continued the play alive after what looked like he was about to be sacked. Did you see what DJ Moore did? DJ Moore he went to the sideline. He thought the play was over. You guys didn't see this?
No.
So Caleb Williams escapes pressure, avoids a sack. He's got his eyes downfield, and he looks to his number one receiver, who's at the bench. He thought the play was done, and he just walked off the field with his head down. He would be benched if I was the head coach.
Connor, I know you always say that, we see all the time evidence that front office guys, just because they have the jobs, aren't the smartest.
Yeah.
If an NFL team needs me to evaluate quarterbacks for the draft,
Caleb Williams.
I can't believe
he's not a bust, but
what?
Can't say that after 8 games.
No, he's
it's terrible.
Way too early.
But he's terrible. Jaden Daniels is the same games.
Yeah.
And he's so far ahead of him. I can't believe anyone ever watched tape and said, "Yeah, there's the better guy."
Well, that doesn't make him a bust.
Yeah, I can't label the Bears a bust.
Let's revisit, boys. We'll revisit.
I think the Bears need a new coaching staff
well,
too.
I'm saying it, so if we revisit, you can make fun of me.
Okay, sounds good.
He's terrible.
All right,
and I told you he was terrible.
Last thing for you. Here's Nick. Well, maybe if his receiver isn't walking off the field with his head down, he could find a receiver. Here's Sirianni talking about something they did for back-to-back weeks, Johnny. They scored in the first quarter.
That's always big. Anytime we can do that, that's been 3 times in the past 4 weeks. We were able to do that against the Giants. We were able to do that against Cincinnati. That adds up. I mean, that's 3 quarters now, and we were able to do that tonight. And so that adds up, and, that's huge. Going into this game, we know we got a tough game coming up. This one, we had fun in there for a little bit, but we know that we play on a short week against a really good opponent, and we got to get our minds right, and we have to get our bodies right.
You did not score in the first quarter against the Giants, but that's okay, Nick. Other than that, you had a flawless day yesterday. And you did not score in the first quarter against the Bengals. You scored in your opening drive, but That's besides the point.
He's a little fast and with the rules.
Yeah,
and with the
I don't know
facts.
where the Giants things come from. You guys,
I know what it is.
You had 0 points in the first quarter against
I don't know
the Giants.
what it is.
It was literally a talking point that you once again didn't score in the first quarter. But that's okay, Nick. Other than that little blemish in that clip,
other than that,
he was perfect.
Other
yesterday.
than the shooting, Mrs. Lincoln, how'd you like the play?
Oh, that's nothing. I can't say that was shooting worthy.
This is come on now.
All right, let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Our man from Inside the Birds, and of course, all over the place here on 97.5 The Fanatic. That is Andrew DiCecco. Andrew, good morning. Hit us up with your analysis from yesterday's game.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, how about it? Andrew, you finally got your style points.
I did. Well, I've actually had my style points for a couple of weeks now, and I do believe that style points gives you a little bit of an extra edge in a locker room, makes you feel good about yourself. And I'm much happier that they were off in the fourth quarter in comparison to the Steelers-Commanders game that went toe-to-toe down the wire in a much more physical game. So this was big for the Eagles. Would love to hear your overall analysis on it.
So there was actually a lot to glean from this one. I thought that while Jalen Hurts may have gotten off to a slower start, the defense did enough to keep them in the game early. They limited Dallas to 146 total yards, 2.9 average per play, which is incredible. And then it allowed Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense to really settle in and hit their stride. So you're really starting to see the Eagles implement complementary football. And then later in that game, I thought Jalen Hurts made some really big plays, especially the one where he was able to elude pressure and get the ball to Dallas Goedert for the touchdown. The defense produces 5 takeaways. So going into this game, I got a lot of, is this defense for real? It absolutely is for real. And, yes, you're going to get a lot this week of it was just the Cowboys. No, I think there's so much more that you can take away from this because against the Jags and against now Dallas, there's been times in that game where things may not have gone their way, and the 2023 Eagles may have sort of succumbed to that, and then the outcome may have been different. But I think what you're seeing now is a team that's equipped to withstand some of those shortcomings, those early turbulence, and build on that and find a way to win. And that's going to be useful down the stretch.
How do you balance out, though, facing a Cooper Rush and trying to evaluate what you actually see out of the Eagles' defensive players?
Well, I think it's as simple as you can only base it. You can only assess it off of who you're playing. And if you're playing an undermanned Cowboys team like Cooper Rush, well, you would like to see the Eagles come away with some turnovers. They got 5. You want to see them sort of, impose their will. They limited them to 146 yards. So that is something that you didn't give them any sort of hope. Even when Jalen Hurts had the 2 turnovers, I never got the sense that the Cowboys were in that game. And because of the defense, I knew that eventually the offense was going to settle in. And I think you have to look at it objectively in the sense that the defense did what they had to do against an inferior opponent, and that's something you can certainly build on.
They had 2 turnovers the first 6 weeks of the season, 10 over the last 3 games. What do you believe has been the biggest difference in recent weeks to allow the defense to now be opportunistic?
Well, I attribute it to just that unit needing some time, some weeks to really start to work together and gel together, the communications really rounding into form, and all 3 levels are really just operating cohesively and in concert. And when you're able to do something like that, you're playing with a lot more confidence. Everyone's flowing to the football, and everyone's trying to come up with a turnover and make the big play. Whereas earlier in the season, maybe you're trying to feel it out. You're not necessarily sure of what your assignment is, maybe because the defense is pretty elaborate, and there are some different wrinkles. But I think now what you're seeing is a team that's fully grasped Vic Fangio's system, and they're dialed into their coaching, and now you're seeing it transpire in the form of turnovers and just really getting after quarterbacks.
You see the tape and you watch this stuff, I know, to a ridiculous level. Does it seem that they're asking these youngsters, like a Quinyon Mitchell, like a Cooper DeJean, to spend more time on islands where they're able to really show, can they sink or swim early? Is Vic Fangio throwing the kids to the Sharks and just seeing what they can do?
Yeah, and I saw a lot of that in training camp. To me, that is the ultimate indicator of, one, confidence that your defensive coordinator has in you, but also the caliber of player that the Eagles have. If you're able to just dedicate one player to, leave them on an island and let them handle their assignment, that completely opens up the whole playbook of what you're able to do. You're able to provide some pressure. You're able to allocate resources elsewhere. So to me, I think that, Vic wanted to throw them in the deep end to see what they were able to do, John, but they checked off the box every step of the way. So I believe that there's not a lot of corners that could do that. You see someone like a Terrion Arnold yesterday against the Lions who struggled early in that game. So it kind of puts things into perspective about how look at the development of these players and how remarkable it is that they're able to hit the ground running and be at this stage of their career, firing on all cylinders.
We give so much credit, and deservedly so, to Vic Fangio for finding Zack Baun. What did he see in Zack Baun, Andrew, to make that decision to move him to inside linebacker, and why or how has he been so good at this transition?
Yeah, it's a great question, Andrew, and I think in the brief sample size that Zack Baun actually did play ILB, he saw a player who was athletic, lengthy, and probably someone that had some untapped potential. Somebody who is highly intelligent. He processes things quickly. He reads and diagnoses at a very high clip, and he flows to the football with urgency, which was probably palpable watching his special teams tape. And Vic last week said, if a player can't play special teams well, they're probably not going to be a good defensive player, and vice versa. So I think all that is sort of baked into what he saw in Zack Baun, and you're seeing it really transpire. I don't think that anyone could have foreseen this coming, and Zack Baun was somebody that when the Eagles signed him, I believe it was on the first day of free agency, it was seen to be, okay, a reserve edge rusher, a special teams mainstay, but not a starting inside linebacker. But Vic never wavered from that, and that was the first name that he mentioned in his introductory press conference when talking about the linebackers. So obviously this is not catching Vic by surprise.
Andrew DiCecco joining us from Inside the Birds. I thought it was your turn. Andrew, when you look at what the Commanders, the challenge that's coming up this week for the Birds, the biggest worry you would have in a short week for this matchup, and do the Birds have a bigger or lesser advantage here being the home team?
Well, they definitely have a decided advantage being the home team, John, knowing the magnitude of this game. I would expect Lincoln Financial Field to be juiced. But just preparing for someone to answer the first part of your question, like a Jaden Daniels, who is so effective at making plays outside of structure, that's going to force the defense to be extremely disciplined and honed in on their assignments. I believe that they will, but if you're looking for something like an element that may catch them by surprise, they're going to have to be mindful of. That, to me, would be it, because Jaden Daniels he has a very strong arm, and he's able to kind of elude pressure and navigate the pocket pretty well for a rookie and turn his eyes down the field and make some plays.
Do you think there will be some benefit for the Eagles Thursday night, knowing that they did not have to play in the fourth quarter yesterday, and the fact that Saquon Barkley only had 14 carries throughout an entire football game?
Absolutely. The game could not have unraveled any better for the Eagles than it did Sunday, Andrew. Being able to sit their starters and marquee players in that fourth quarter, there was little tread on Saquon's tires on Sunday. I mean, and they won in dominating fashion. I don't think that you could have scripted that any better. So, yes, I do believe the Eagles have a decided advantage going into Thursday night.
Are you worried about the tread now that we start to look at these things coming together? You're the second seed right now in the NFC, but do you believe that the fourth quarter that we saw yesterday is something that really now you start to look towards a plan towards January, or do you just have to go all out?
I think you still have to go all out. I don't know that you want to start to pack it in and make plans. I think it's a little too premature for that. And the objective for Nick Sirianni, when asked about Saquon's touches, has been we're going to do whatever it takes to win the game. So I do believe that, yes, they're going to, if it requires him carrying the ball 24 times, that's what it's going to be. But the way this offense is playing right now, John, they're getting out to early leads. I think if they're able to sustain that, it really sets up favorably for Saquon being able to take a fourth quarter off or half of a fourth quarter off, and that does add up later in the season. So I think that they're really starting to hit their stride at the right time, which is going to be a lot of these players are going to be benefiting from that.
Last thing before we let you go, because I just saw the punt return from Cooper DeJean. That's the reason why I want to ask the question. It was a brilliant play. You are one of the bigger Britton Covey supporters in this city, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have a spot when he comes back? Obviously, wide receiver depth you still need, but does he have a spot? That's his biggest thing, is the punt return game.
I absolutely think he does, Andrew, but I think the Eagles it's a good problem to have if you're the Eagles, but given how vital Cooper DeJean is on defense, I don't know that you want to put him out there as a punt returner when you have someone like Britton Covey who can help you in that area. Maybe on a special occasion when he wants somebody who's going to be able to go north and south, break a tackle or two, and really start to turn on the Jets. Yeah, probably like you saw with maybe Deshaun Jackson, some years past, Brian Westbrook. But right now, when Britton Covey is ready, I do believe he's going to have a role and slot right back in as punt returner. And I also have Anais Smith, and I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to get some opportunities as well.
Andrew, you're the man. We can break down punt returning with you. That's how much you know about this football team.
We can break down gunner play too.
Damn right we can. All right, listen, brother. We can't wait to have you in on Thursday. So
Thursday morning.
We're
Don't
going to
be
talk
late.
to you 3 times this week. We had you on today. We'll talk to you Thursday for the 8 o'clock hour, and then we'll react to the game with you Friday morning. So it's going to be a busy week for you ahead, and we love it.
I can't wait, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, buddy. Andrew DiCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day of business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Okay, so our topic today, are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? We'll get some more answers from you on that at 610-632-0975. But for the Eagles to get back to the Super Bowl, you obviously want to have a good seed in the NFC when it comes to the playoffs. You want to have home field. Let's take a look at some of the scores around the league yesterday and how that impacts either good or bad for the Philadelphia Eagles, and we'll see where they're at in the standings because you're going to like when you hear where they're at. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A big day for Baun. I'm coming.
on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5. The Fanatic on a victory Monday morning. A beatdown of the Dallas Cowboys yesterday, basically ending the season for the Cowboys because there's no way they're turning their story around with Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. By the way, Trey Lance stinks.
He's bad.
It was unbelievable when Cooper Rush, who's equally as bad, comes off the field for a play, and Trey Lance goes out there for that 2-play package, which, by the way, if you're Mike McCarthy, just leave the guy out there. I don't know what that was all about.
Like, at that point, why were you
they were getting killed. And then, honestly, it was a disservice to Cooper Rush to then send him back out because then he's got to hear all the boos from the fans at AT&T Stadium. So he's miserable. And then Trey Lance, I still can't believe. I hated it at the time when the Niners made the trade up for him. I didn't get it because Garoppolo was still winning them games, and I didn't think Trey Lance was going to be some better option. And he gets traded to Dallas for a 4th-round pick and can barely dress. He's only dressing because Dak got hurt.
He is. That is once again. That's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah,
he's the smartest guy in the room.
He stinks. Trey
Lance is is one of the worst misses of all time.
They traded 3 firsts for him to get to the 49ers to move up to get him in the draft. They threw for 66 yards yesterday. I don't care who the quarterback is. Honestly, that's impressive. I know there's going to be people out there going, of course they beat Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. Yes, of course they beat Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. But they held them to 66 yards passing. That's
crazy.
That's incredible. And they locked down CeeDee Lamb.
And how many times yesterday did you see a little swing pass, screen pass, whatever it was, and in open field,
boom, right away,
an Eagle defender just takes him on one-on-one, wraps him up, tackles effectively? I've never seen that from the Eagles.
No,
honestly.
They've been doing tackling drills. To Nick Sirianni's credit, they've been tackling during practices.
Well, it shows.
It shows you that you don't always have to be super careful throughout the week. I like that they do rest days in the middle of the week. I like that they do all that kind of stuff. But it shows that you should probably still focus on certain things during the week.
Well, they're supposedly the way that they practice, both offensive and defensively, changed significantly.
Yeah.
With the arrival of the new coordinators, which is to be expected. That these guys have been around a long time, but especially Vic Fangio. Reportedly, it's completely different, foreign, compared to what you used to see.
Oh, my God, yeah. It's not even close. But, look, it's a more physical brand of football that they're playing. All right, let's look around the NFL a little bit, some of the scores that we saw yesterday. It was a crazy, crazy day in the NFL. And, oh, by the way, it starts Thursday night, right? The Ravens-Bengals game, 35-34 win for the Ravens. You weren't in Friday. We talked about how bad it is, bad of a look for the NFL it was that Joe Burrow attempts a 2-point conversion and there's 3 missed penalties on one play. And, of course, they don't convert and they lose that football game. But an incredible game Thursday night between the Ravens and Bengals. And then it continues all throughout the day Sunday. The Niners eke by with the win against the Bucs, 23-20. They get Christian McCaffrey back. That Niners team will forever be dangerous to me. Until they are finally dead, they'll be forever dangerous to me. We were rooting for a Niners loss yesterday, and it looked like they might have gotten it. Baker Mayfield, good for him, finding a way to get that team in a field goal range. I thought they were going to be able to score a touchdown, but they tie it with the field goal.
He did a great job yesterday.
He did, but then
Baker
the Niners...
Mayfield was all over it.
And he was amazing. Then the Niners go downfield and win it 23-20. They're not in first place of their division, but they're still right there. I mean, they're just 2 games back of the Eagles. Yeah, Arizona's there, but I think San Francisco probably still ends up winning that division.
And we need to watch them. We need to watch them carefully because they're going to be potentially trouble. Last game of the year, Cardinals host 49ers.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's actually
last game of the year.
One.
So if it comes down to it, Cardinals will have home field advantage for that game.
So while the Eagles are sitting guys ready for their first round bye, we'll be able to watch that one.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I think, though, the Cardinals still have to go to Seattle, go to Minnesota, host Seattle again, go to play at the Rams, and then host the 49ers. They got a tough schedule.
Speaking of Minnesota, they did everything in their power to lose that football game yesterday.
Minnesota's terrible.
That was bad.
They're not a good football team. They are the biggest mirage ever.
Sam Darnold, 3 picks yesterday, and there were 2 that the Jags dropped. He had a horrible game yesterday.
He was terrible.
They win 12-7, but they do improve their record. They are 7-2 on the season, so they have an identical record with the Eagles. But if I was to ask you right now, which position would you rather be in, the Eagles or the Vikings? I'm sure we all agree we'd rather be the Eagles than the Minnesota Vikings.
Absolutely.
It's Halloween. Sam Darnold has turned back into Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I think the clock struck midnight for him this past weekend.
We need them to keep winning because they could be your potential first-round postseason opponent, and that would be a blowout.
Yeah, that's true.
That'd be nice to see.
Saints did us a favor yesterday, beating the Falcons 20-17 yesterday. The Falcons fall to 6-4. Not that I thought they would, be this. I didn't think they'd keep pace with the Eagles.
Who, the Falcons?
The Falcons, but they needed to lose some games because they have the head-to-head with the Eagles.
I didn't
so that
see
was
that
a big,
coming yesterday.
That was a big loss for the Falcons, which is a big win for the Philadelphia Eagles. You mentioned the Cardinals. They beat down the Jets yesterday, 31-6. Something that I want to point out, another team that's run first. They have a mobile quarterback. They have good weapons, but they have an identity.
And they have a defense that's playing well.
Notice some of the best teams in the NFC are run-first teams.
Yep.
The Eagles, and this is not a slight at Jalen Hurts. The Eagles, the Lions, the Cardinals, they're run-first teams. Hell, even the Falcons with Bijan Robinson. They lost yesterday, but they're a run-first team.
And how about the Ravens, too? We talk about AFC.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's not foreign to do this.
No, it isn't. The Eagles got obsessed with explosive plays and chunk plays, and I'm glad they've gone away from it. The last game to point out was last night's game. So you had the John Kincade scenario almost play out.
I had the trifecta that I thought was winning. And I had the odds boost yesterday with the BetParks app. It was up to plus, I think with the odds boost I had was like plus 700. All I needed was Steelers to win.
Which they did.
Eagles to win.
Which they did.
And then the Texans to win. And I went to bed thinking, that was smart, John. Well, didn't work out that way.
It was 23-7 at halftime. Jared Goff, if I tell you these things, the Texans were up 23-7 at halftime, and Jared Goff finished the game throwing 5 interceptions.
There's no way they win the game.
You would think
No. There's no way they win that game.
And you would think the Texans won 40-10.
Yes.
They lost.
Wait, that actually happened?
Yeah,
because,
it did.
So it's wild. I went to bed early in that game. I fell asleep. I had it on. And when you kind of half wake up? I thought the Texans were up huge in that game, and then I woke up and they lost, and I was like, I must have just dreamt that or something.
Nope.
That's tough.
Nah, it
actually happened.
And it was a whooping.
And Goff threw 2 more. He threw 3 picks in the first half and then 2 in the third quarter.
Oh, my gosh, it was terrible.
It's not like he threw all 5 in the first half and then they clicked, and then they were great in the second half. He threw 3 in the first half, but then he threw 2 in the third quarter. The Texans scored 0 points in the third quarter. Goose egg. So they had 2 interceptions and put up 0 points in the third quarter.
Can we say that and I said it all summer, again,
I know you
not
did.
trying to spike the football. Can we say that the Texans were maybe crowned a little early? And C.J. Stroud was maybe crowned a little early?
Well, I wouldn't say the Texans' defense got crowned early. They had 5 picks yesterday.
No, they didn't. They did their job. There's not the Texans are a good up-and-coming team.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not special. People were making them special. Had them in the top 5 this summer.
Look, it was absolutely.
They've had some injuries.
That's probably one of the. Yeah, but
everybody's had
injuries aside, to be up 23-7 and
at home
force 5 turnovers and lose at home. To your point, good job.
Impossible.
Honestly, somebody should be fired, like a water boy. You can't. Somebody. It's obviously not going to be the head coach. It's not going to be DeMeco Ryans. You're not going to bench C.J. Stroud. To lose that game with all those things happening, somebody, either water boy, admin on Twitter, somebody needs to lose their job.
Stop calling for these people's jobs, Andy.
No, it was terrible.
No, but
you can't lose that game.
Yeah, but let's look at the flip side of the coin, because there may be people looking at this too and saying, well, Jared Goff just went on the road and threw 5 picks and they won. How do you beat this Lions team? How are they this hard to kill?
Or
That
you
could
could
be a way
say
that you
they're
could look at it.
vulnerable.
No, you could say they're very vulnerable.
You could say either.
They're vulnerable. They're as vulnerable as the Eagles are.
Our man Dan Baxter tweeted at me last night at 10:30. Can we have an open, honest, respectful conversation about how the Lions might not be the unstoppable juggernaut you said all day since Jared Goff exists?
Well, that's fair.
It's fair. I think
it's
Goff
fair,
is going to. I don't think he's going to throw 5 picks again, but it shows they're vulnerable.
And I will tell you, he's getting crushed this morning on Detroit's on their flagship station. He's getting crushed.
Well, deservedly
so
so when
everybody
you
who
throw
says
5 picks.
Jalen Hurts is held to a different standard. BS. Jared Goff is going to want to move.
Well, after throwing 5 interceptions, of course,
It's
getting crushed.
unbelievable.
All right, coming up next, we hear more from you on a beatdown victory Monday. And our question, we'll replay the audio for you coming up next from Tony Romo. Are the Eagles Super Bowl contenders? 610-632-0975 is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
right, the Fanatic. Coming up at some point this segment, we will play the Know the Show. We'll ask you a question from something that took place during this hour, and the winner will get a pair of lower-level tickets for the Flyers game on Wednesday, November 20th versus the Canes. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. We will be doing this all week long. I believe we have a pair of tickets to give away for the Flyers all week long, so we'll do this during our 8 o'clock hour, the Know the Show. We got a big week, man. We got Eagles-Commanders on Thursday.
So we get a post-game show today, a pre-game show Thursday morning, post-game show Friday morning.
Yeah, for us, this is an easy week.
A glorious, beautiful week, and for everybody, it's going to be a hard week to concentrate at work. And those Flyers tickets, get out and see the Flyers.
Yeah, so we'll ask you the question in a little bit, but what do we have on the text line, Connor? We've been busy, so we haven't checked out the text line all that much on what should be a joyous day. Our main topic is whether or not the Eagles are Super Bowl contenders. Here was Tony Romo at the end of the game yesterday, right after the Kenny Pickett tush push. He had this to say about the Birds.
The way they're playing, the offensive line is dominating football games. We all talk about Barkley and Hurts. They've got so many weapons, but this starts up front on the D-line and O-line. They are dominating right now, and they are a real Super Bowl contender.
So what do we have on the text line, Mr. Thomas?
All right, so Dr. K checks in.
All right.
And says, I almost feel sorry for the Cowboys fans. Their team has been taken away from them. They're not really the Dallas Cowboys. They should simply be called the Dallas Jerrys until the ownership changes. Of course, that's their problem. I do think it's legitimate to see the Eagles playing into January. A win against the Commanders would get them doubting themselves big time and serve the Eagles hugely.
Well, you don't play into January right now. That would be an epic failure.
Oh, yeah, it would be.
I mean, you're sitting there right now. You're in great position to play in January. In fact, you will play the last regular season game.
Yeah, I think he means like NFC Championship time.
Yeah,
that'd be great if it happened.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're setting themselves up, and the way this team has just kind of turned things around, and they look. I know Sirianni. I thought it was complete baloney when he said after week 4 we still don't know where identity is yet. Like, you should know your identity because identity is strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, and you have training camp to do that.
But hey, you know what? Better late than never, right? Like, they have found their identity. It's run first. It's not be obsessed with just deep shots downfield. Okay. You can find chunk plays in other ways than just going 50-50 balls downfield. So as much as I'd wish it just happened week 1, better than late than ever, I guess.
That's good.
What else we got?
We have a check-in here on, it's a first-time texter, by the way, too.
Welcome. What's up?
No name, but they say, of course, the Eagles are Super Bowl contenders. One of the only teams in football right now with the top offense and defense, the team can run the ball and stop the other team from scoring touchdowns. 2 main ingredients that you need to have success in January.
That's true.
Yeah. All these things are true.
I mean, it's absolutely true.
Like, the Eagles are starting to turn into a football team where I know there's a lot of storylines, and I saw more people still tweeting yesterday. Like, I saw, did you see the Andrew Brandt tweet yesterday?
What was he? Andrew's been a little snarky.
Yeah, he's been a little snarky towards the Eagles fans recently.
Yeah, a little snarky. As if he lives in and he knows this community.
He does. He put out a tweet yesterday at 7:25.
Okay.
I think everyone except Eagles fans thinks that the Eagles are a Super Bowl contender. I think there's more Eagles fans than he would like to think that do believe they're Super Bowl contenders, but there are still people that point out Nick Sirianni. But on a day like today, there's nothing to complain about when it comes to Nick Sirianni.
Nobody's doing this. It's so weird because even Andrew, who's worked in NFL front offices, it's almost as if now is any kind of critique, even when based in loads of data, is considered outlandish behavior by fans. I couldn't agree less.
Right.
Couldn't agree less.
Oh, absolutely. All right, you can continue to climb in at 610-632-0975. All right, our question for Know the Show. It happened very early when we brought Andrew DiCecco on. All I wanted to do was say, hey, Andrew, how you doing? And right away, he said, Andrew, to me, you finally got this. What were the 2 words that he said? You finally got this during yesterday's game. You can call our contest line, 215-265-1065. 215-263-0975. 215-263-0975. The first caller to get the answer right to our man Brendan Gunn, associate producer of the show, you will win the pair of Flyers tickets, lower level seats against the Canes on Wednesday, November 20th. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. The two words that Andrew DiCecco said when he first came on the show, he said, "You finally got this." 215-263-0975. All right, coming up next, we reset the show. Are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? In order for us to actually have this conversation, we need to take a step back and look at the other teams that could also be Super Bowl contenders. Are there more than we give credit for? Are there less? You saw how that played out for the Lions yesterday. Are people wondering maybe the Lions aren't a real Super Bowl contender when Jared Goff is throwing 5 interceptions in a football game? So are the Eagles legitimate Super Bowl contenders? Who are they competing against in order to get to the big dance? It is Kincade and Salciunas on a football victory Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
time on Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this Football Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. Congratulations to Aday Powell. I believe it is Aday. Aday Powell won our pair of Flyers tickets for the Wednesday, November 20th game against the Hurricanes. Lower level seats. We'll be giving away tickets all week long for that game coming up. So it's a really, really cool opportunity. And Matvei Michkov might be playing in that game.
Oh, yes.
We can't spend too much time on it because of the Eagles. But
quickly.
Yeah, people were freaking out, and I asked
You know who's
why.
not? You know who's not? And I can tell you. The Flyers brass is not.
Yeah.
Mishkov's camp is not.
Yeah.
But media members are really, outrageous about it. Do you know that Mishkov, you know what he's averaged as a hockey player in playing games at a highly competitive level of a year?
I don't know.
48 games.
There's 82 in the NHL season.
Yeah, he's 19.
Correct.
They're taking care of him.
The vitriol I read online was so flat out embarrassing.
Tyrone A. Johnson was losing his mind.
I'm going to tell you it was embarrassing. And the more importantly is that if the Mishkov camp, if the Flyers brass camp, they understand what this is about. And by the way, I'm going to say it again. I said it before the season real quickly. There was a plan laid out in the beginning of the year. There will be a plan that continues. And by the way, if you play as crappily as Matvei did in the 2 games leading up to his benching, there are going to be times where you have to sit and you got to watch and you got to learn. And it was better not to bring him back against Florida.
Yeah.
Let him come back. I have a feeling you'll see him tonight.
I just made the point that
oh my gosh,
these 2 games that he's been out will probably total to 0.1% of his entire NHL career.
The over-the-top vitriol.
Yeah, people were freaking out.
No, it is. It's people have it. It's their Tortorella. They have an opinion on Tortorella, and they think. And by the way, most of the opinions that I hear are wrong.
Well,
wrong.
He will be back on the ice at some point, probably for the Wednesday, November 20th
he'll be
game.
tonight.
Yeah, he's not going to be benched the rest of the season.
He'll be fine.
All right, so are the Eagles legitimate Super Bowl contenders? We asked that question because Tony Romo said at the end of the game yesterday, and it's been a roller coaster this season. So yesterday during our pregame show, John, we were talking about first half evaluations for the Eagles offensively and defensively, but the crazy thing is you have to split it up. You have to split it into quarters because the bye week, this team has been so much different post-bye.
Completely different.
So who you saw in terms of the Philadelphia Eagles weeks 1 through 4 is nowhere near who we saw in weeks 6 through 10. Obviously the bye week in week 5. And we've now seen a totally different football team, not just because they haven't lost a game since the bye week, but just your eye test, what you have seen. They move the ball almost with ease throughout the game. We didn't see it in the first quarter of this game yesterday, but for the most part, since the bye week, they move the ball downfield with ease. The defense has been spectacular no matter who they're playing, whether it's Cooper Rush and Trey Lance or Joe Burrow, by the way. For the people that do the whole, of course they kept Cooper Rush down to X amount of yards. Dude, they did the same thing against Joe Burrow.
And what did the Ravens do against Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow did, Burrow against the Ravens.
Yeah,
he did
that's
lot.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything
Joe
defensively.
Burrow literally was torching the Ravens all night long.
Yes.
And the Eagles made Joe Burrow and that offense look
average,
pedestrian.
Yeah, exactly. So the Eagles' defense has been tremendous since the bye week as well. So if we ask the question, are the Eagles Super Bowl contenders once again at 610-632-0975? We'll check the text line in a minute. But you have to take the step back, right? So Eagles eye test, you go, well, they have an identity that's clearly working offensively. The conversation about the defense being too young, that's kind of gone out the window because the defense has upside and they're showing it. And when the head coach is not getting in his own way, which he did not yesterday,
and he is not,
they can literally click on all cylinders, and that's what we saw yesterday. Now let's take a step back and let's look at the other teams. So let's start in the division. There's only one competitor. Like the Cowboys are dead, the Giants suck.
No, the Commanders are coming into town. They're the competitor.
And they played that Steelers team very tough. The Steelers played them very tough.
Great game.
Fantastic game. I'm very fortunate that game was at 1 o'clock and the Eagles were. I'm glad that they didn't play at the same time. And look, Jaden Daniels, his numbers weren't spectacular, but that's a tough spot against a very good Steelers defense. And, things went their way. The Steelers had that fake punt that I don't know how that guy drops it.
I have no idea why they did it.
I don't either. They basically gifted the Commanders 7 points in that game.
Jaden Daniels was all day long where he looked like a rookie, the pass rush up the middle.
Yes.
Jalen Carter, if you can have yourself a Mondo game on Thursday night, we'd all appreciate it.
Yes, we absolutely would.
Because you should be able to blow up the center of the Redskins' offensive line.
Commanders.
Commanders. They were going through it. Yes.
So, and if I look at the Commanders, now I'll go green-colored glasses here. All right. Well, the Commanders don't have the experience. And Jaden Daniels, a rookie quarterback. What rookie quarterback really goes all the way to the Super Bowl and wins?
Well, they're not doing that.
They're not. Like, I feel comfortable saying that. Now, obviously, I don't know if they're going to win the division. The Eagles.
They could win the division, sure.
The Commanders could still win the division. I've been saying for a couple of weeks, I still think the Eagles surpass the Commanders. Now, obviously, this Thursday's game is big for that prediction. But how much can I truly believe in the rookie quarterback, Jaden Daniels? I'm talking Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I'm not talking win the division. I'm talking get to the NFC Championship and win.
Throw the Super Bowl out of your mind.
They're not winning the Super Bowl.
Throw the Super Bowl out of your mind.
I'm saying get to.
No, throw that out of your mind. That's not in the mix. Win this division? Absolutely in the mix.
Okay, the other teams.
It's absolutely in the mix. And anybody who's telling you otherwise, I think is just, they're fooling themselves. They're fooling themselves. This team could absolutely win this division. You've got to make sure you take care of business starting this week.
Now, the last time a rookie quarterback Sanchez was a rookie in 2009?
Yeah, and he went to the AFC title game.
Yeah, so the last time.
His first 2 years, he went to the AFC title game.
Yeah, so the last time we saw a rookie quarterback get to a Super Bowl was 2009 with Mark Sanchez. It doesn't happen all that often. It has happened before.
No. To an AFC Championship game. Sanchez never played in the Super Bowl.
No, just AFC Championship.
Sorry, AFC Championship game. Sorry. And so NFC Championship game for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. All right, other divisions. The Cardinals, I start there because they are in first place of the NFC West. I can't believe the Cardinals as a legit contender. I think
for what? For the Super Bowl?
We're talking getting to the Super Bowl. So that means you're an NFC Championship team. That means you're in the NFC Championship.
No, I do not believe that.
I don't think so either.
But could they be a team that could the Eagles go to if they were a wild card, go to Arizona and lose a playoff game? Absolutely.
Yeah, it's possible.
No, they could.
I wouldn't expect them to, but they could.
They absolutely could.
The San Francisco 49ers, I will always say they are contenders. I will, until they're out. They're contenders in my mind. Even if they are a back-end wild card team, I still believe
they are the most dangerous contender next to the Lions.
So right now, through the NFC East and the NFC West, we believe the Eagles are contenders. That means we expect them to be in the NFC Championship game or fight for an NFC Championship game and have a legitimate chance to get to the Super Bowl. I'm not there with the Commanders. I'm not.
Well, they're not going to the Super Bowl, so don't put them there.
I don't think that with the Cardinals.
Don't get there. And I don't think you should get there with the Cardinals either.
The 49ers, I do believe, are a legitimate threat. So that leaves us with the NFC North, because does anyone think the NFC South has a team that could make it? I do not.
To the Super Bowl? No.
Yeah.
No.
NFC North, Lions,
Yes.
Vikings, I still don't.
I do not. I think the Vikings are garbage.
They're 7-2. Good for them.
Trash can juice.
They're not garbage.
They're bad. That's a bad football team.
They could be
played totally over their heads.
They could have been a bad 14-3 team a couple of years ago as well.
They're not real.
Whatever the record was.
That team would have trucked this team. That team a couple of years ago that every one of us mocked would have trucked this group.
Yeah, because you had Kirk Cousins, Justin Jefferson, Dalvin Cook still had legs. He could still run. And then the Packers I'll have eyes on, but I don't think they're making some I guess I should give them.
I think they could be a very dangerous team.
I guess I'll give them a nod because they were there. No, they lost to the Niners, but they were close.
In the divisional playoff game last year at San Francisco?
Yeah. And if it wasn't for 2 deflected passes into the 49ers' hands, Jordan Love probably wins that football game. So I'll meet you there. So we have Eagles, Niners, Lions, Packers. We have 4 teams.
And that's it.
Where we say they have legitimate chances at making it to the Super Bowl. Now, the Niners are one of those 4 teams, and they've been a mess this year. I just kind of am always fearful of the Niners. Right?
I'm very fearful of the Niners. Maybe too much.
I'm not as much as you guys are. Their margin for error is so small because of the way they started the season. Like, they're going to have to fight so hard to find their way in.
You're right.
They're a half game out of leading the division.
I understand, but still, they're going to have to fight with Arizona to find their way in. I don't think Arizona's like slowing down significantly. They're still going to have to win more games than the Cardinals the rest of the way to find their way to even win the division. And then they're going to have busted their ass to do that, and they're going to roll into the postseason not as a top 1 or 2 seed, but probably the 3 or the 4 if they win that division.
And for all we know, they could be unraveling. We saw Deebo Samuel literally go after his kicker.
Yeah, they're fighting on the sidelines.
Because they've got a terrible head coach. He's a jerk.
Yeah,
he's not a terrible head coach.
A jerk.
He can be a jerk, but he's a very good head coach.
He's just his team is unraveling.
So basically, what we got to is there's 4 teams that we think could be legitimate threats out of the NFC, and the Eagles are one of those 4 teams. So to get to the Super Bowl, you got to feel pretty good about that, man.
You should. Yes, you should feel really good about it. And is Detroit the only one you absolutely will acknowledge they're better than them right now?
Yes.
That's
Only team. Yeah.
That's it. So we should be feeling great.
As much as I could be fearful of the Niners, the Eagles are better. The Eagles are a better football team than the Niners.
There should be a level of respect there, but absolutely we should be feeling great.
All right. Let's hear from you. 610-632-0975. What do we have on the text line this morning, Connor?
We have a boots-on-the-ground report from Dallas. Brian, who's an Eagles fan
from
lives
Dallas.
In Dallas,
yep.
checks in, says, only bad thing from yesterday's game is that my seats were not closer to the Eagles bench so I could hear the players laughing. Watching Cowboys fans suffer a big loss to the Eagles is the best feeling. That stadium was so quiet you could hear a squirrel pee on cotton.
Yeah, dude,
which is a wonderful expression.
I swear to you, I haven't heard that expression in years.
But it was a great one. That clip that we've been playing, play the Tony Romo clip so that people know why we're asking, are they Super Bowl contenders? But listen closely to the crowd noise in the background.
The way they're playing, the offensive line is dominating football games. We all talk about Barkley and Hurts. They've got so many weapons, but this starts up front on the D-line and O-line. They are dominating right now, and they are a real Super Bowl contender.
The first half of that clip was like you would think Tony Romo was in like a soundproof box, and then you start hearing the Eagles fans that traveled, like our guys from Philly sports trips, right? Then you heard the roar of Eagles fans, and I'm sure it wasn't that much because credit to Cowboys fans. I can't believe I said that. They do fill up their stadium very well.
Yeah, they do okay. Yeah.
But when that game was over, and it was over early, you started hearing the noise from the Eagles fans in the background. Every once in a while, when you hear the Eagles chant, as faint as it might be when you're in the opposing building, it's a great feeling from your couch.
It's fun. I mean, it's great to see where this team is, their fan base is, and where the travel contingent is. Because, man, it has been it's a long time coming right now for, the Dallas thing. How was it, 8 years? 7 years since they won in Dallas?
Yeah, it's been a long time since they won in Dallas.
Which doesn't – it shocks me because they usually split.
Yeah.
But it's been terrible.
By the way, did you know that was Saquon Barkley's first win ever?
Yeah, against the Cowboys. It makes sense.
What?
Because he played for the stinky Giants. Yeah, he's never beaten the Cowboys.
Okay, I've never heard.
He was 0-10. I saw the tweet yesterday pregame from Tim McManus.
I can't believe that.
So Saquon Barkley is
no,
one.
Because they're not that I got you. But Dallas hasn't been that great.
Yeah, but the Giants have been that bad.
Yeah.
We've lost to the Giants.
Okay.
And we're much better than Dallas.
How many times in Saquon's career has he beaten the Eagles? Twice?
No, but I'm saying is we're better than Dallas by far. And we've lost to the Giants.
Dallas has had some really good regular seasons. I'll give them that credit. But the point is, the Giants are terrible.
Yeah.
That is one of the worst franchises in all of North American professional sports. They should be ashamed of themselves. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So congratulations to Saquon Barkley getting his first win against the Cowboys.
Good job,
and it was in an
Saquon.
Eagles uniform. Let's go to our man Tasty Cake, Dom. Dommy, what's going on, brother?
Hey, Andrew. Hey, John.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Connor.
Hey, Dom.
John, I was such happy news that
Thank you,
your
buddy.
went well. Thank God. So,
I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
So, boy, Andrew, I the Eagles were dominant yesterday. I think that that Detroit Eagles championship game is going to be like, John, it's going to be like Gotti, Mickey Ward.
Jeez.
And here's the thing, Dom. They still have a chance of it being in Philadelphia. Like, if the Lions drop a game here and there because Jared Goff is now all of a sudden throwing 5 interceptions in a football game, which I don't believe will be the norm. Like, I think Goff will still be safe and be that game manager, which is what we wanted Jalen Hurts to be. But look, if they drop a game here and there, and
then it changes everything.
The Eagles have a back half of the schedule that's pretty, that fares well for the Birds.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think they. Earlier, you guys were talking about they didn't have an identity, and now, like, their identity screams at you that they're just a bully. That gigantic offensive line is going to steamroll over you with Saquon. They're going to control the ball, and it keeps. The great thing about their offense, John, is with their long drives and their eight long possessions, keeps the defense fresh.
Yep, and that's one of the biggest things for this team. Dommy, thanks for the call, brother.
Thanks, Dom.
This young defense, and we've talked about hitting walls and how that could be something that happens to some of the younger players. It's not like they're playing, 40 minutes. The Eagles' offense ticks off so much clock on these long drives that it gives the defense breathers. And so maybe that is a great recipe for the Eagles' young players to avoid hitting that sort of wall in the second half of the season. By the way, the Lions' schedule in the second half of the season, so they got the Jags this next Sunday, so that should be at home too. So that should be a nice, easy win for the Lions. Colts, home against the Bears. The Bears might stink, but it is still a division opponent. Then the Packers the following week. And then they have 10 days rest until the Bills game, but they then play the Bills, the Bears again, the Niners on the 30th, and then the Vikings to close out the season. So they have a lot of divisional opponents in the second half of the season, and the out-of-division games are the Bills and the Niners.
I have a feeling, I'll tell you one right now, giving you a few other dates that you got to watch for. The 29th of December, I think it is, that 49ers game with the Lions, we're all going to be watching that with bated breath, wondering, can we get home field for
we really would. We really could be, because then the following week, it's either the Eagles are resting guys or they're playing the Giants.
Or
so
you're
if
playing
they
the Giants
need
trying to secure.
Right, exactly. So the Lions have a pretty difficult back half of the schedule, especially if they're not clicking like they weren't yesterday. It's just still unbelievable that the Lions were able to win despite Jared Goff throwing 5 interceptions. All right, Connor, I have another text ready for us, but real quick, happy Veterans Day. So obviously thank you to everybody that has served and protected this country. As much as we hate the Cowboys, I do think it's beautiful when they do the salute to service, and they do a great job with that every single year. I always love the Eagles salute to service hoodies.
Yeah,
they always
the camos.
They always hit those out of the park.
I got last one for Christmas.
Yeah, dude, it's a great hoodie.
It is so nice, like really, really good. I'm going to drive by St. Denis on the way home, and just stop and see my dad's grave.
Love that.
And prisoner of war, a gunner in a B-17 bomber at 19.
Jeez, at 19?
Attended his high school graduation at Lower Merion, and then was in the service 3 days later for the Second World War.
Oh, my God.
Shot down, it's unbelievable what youngsters used to do to give us the freedom to do what we do today.
Absolutely.
And what people continue to do to protect us on a daily basis.
We complain about our 4 a.m. alarm.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, I know.
My dad, by the way, 21 years in the Air Force, so thank you to him specifically from me, but of course all our veterans out there as well.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy what people will do for this country, and we appreciate it very much.
We absolutely appreciate it. We love the veterans here on this show. So happy Veterans Day to everybody who served and are currently serving the great United States of America. All right, coming up next, we get some more text messages from you. Also, Eagles play Thursday night, so we had to do the quick turnaround. All right, now it's time to start focusing a little bit on Thursday. You have something that's going to be going up on our website, 97.5 The Fanatic, that I want you to highlight coming up next.
We'll get there. It gives us a roadmap to what we got to do.
The roadmap for the Eagles to get back to the big dance. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Victory Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor, one day I'd like to be as successful as John Kincade. Because this guy just throws money around.
Does he? What'd he do?
I have a perfectly good pair of headphones that I still wear.
No, you look like
No,
a
you
homeless
don't,
man
dude.
doing a radio show.
Oh, man.
You look like it.
The padding's ripped off.
The
You look like-
pieces fall off during the show.
The pieces do fall
It's
off
awful.
during the show.
You ever seen him when he does one comes and he plays with it with his finger?
And now the wire is, if you can see on our YouTube, you can now see the wiring starting to come out on the headphones.
I already spoke to Santa Claus, Connor. I think Santa Claus might have a plan.
Dude, they work fine.
No, they do not. They
I can
bleed.
hear just fine.
Yes, you can, but they also bleed.
What do you mean they bleed?
I can hear sound. Like if I don't have my headsets on and you have your headsets on doing a commercial or something,
Okay.
I can hear sound through your headsets. They're not snug.
Oh, well,
These are $9.99 from Target.
I don't care how snug. They're comfortable, man. That's all that matters.
You're unbelievable.
This guy
You gotta upgrade,
This
my
guy
guy.
can just throw money around.
Oh,
And
yeah.
perfectly good pair of headphones.
George Washington squints from the light when I open my wallet.
All right, so we'll get to some texts. John, give us the path to success for the Eagles, but we have a major tweet that we're going to have to read as well.
Uh-oh. Okay, I got
You pointed out to me.
I got 3 for you.
Okay.
There's 3 steps. Now that the Birds are in first place, it's simple now. We just look at a 3-step plan to put us in the best position to win the Super Bowl. The first step is you got to win the East. So, Commanders this week, that's your big game. Go up by a game and a half with the tiebreaker. You will be looking really good to win the NFC East. So, I don't believe the Commanders are set to win this division. So, prove it on Thursday night.
Absolutely.
Step 2, you must secure the 2 seed. That's the next step of get the 2 seed. Because if you have the 2 seed, you not only get to host Wild Card Weekend, the 2-7 game, but you are guaranteed if you win that game to host another game.
Yes.
This is the path Detroit took last year. So you need the 2 seed. Once you win the division, you're 2 games up on Atlanta, you're 2 games up on Arizona. Keep it that way because Atlanta cannot tie you because if they do, they're going to be ahead of you.
Right.
So that's another one. And then once you secured the 2 seed, then it's step 3, and you're going to need help. They're going to need somebody, a couple teams to beat Detroit, and maybe 3 teams to beat Detroit if the Eagles trip up themselves. It's going to be a hard battle to get that number 1 seed.
It will be.
But at the very least, grab the 2 seed. You're going to be feeling really good about things.
And look, as we pointed out in the last segment, it's not like Detroit has an easy schedule this back
do
half
not.
of the
No,
season.
they don't.
They have the Bills and Niners outside of their division, and then they have the Bears twice. And I know the Bears are a mess, but it's still divisional games, right? We've seen the
Caleb
Giants
Williams,
play teams close, right? No matter how bad they are. Look at the Panthers. The Saints just beat the Falcons. Nobody saw that happening.
No.
But it's a divisional game, so who knows? Maybe we do get some help from the likes of Chicago, Minnesota, Buffalo, San Francisco. Those are definitely not out of the question.
There's always going to be games that shock you, that step up where nobody saw it
happens,
coming.
yeah.
So it could happen. I don't think Detroit's giving you back more than 3 losses.
Okay.
Like I think they're going to end up with 3
14 and
at
3.
some point. 14 and 3. Like the Eagles were in their 2022 season.
Yep. Now, you showed a tweet to me that is
oh my gosh,
beautiful, knowing that the Eagles play the Commanders on Thursday. Connor, did you see the tweet from one Brian Robinson Jr.?
No, I haven't.
Johnny, do you have the tweet up in front of you?
Let me make sure that I do so I can make sure that nothing like a focused opponent rolling into Philadelphia. Brian K. Robinson Jr., the running back for the Commanders.
Who did not play yesterday.
Now, I am going to have to paraphrase a little bit because he has a potty mouth. Being injured is one thing, but to hear backlash from you mofos that sit on their couch every Sunday
below the belting me.
Yes. Don't nobody say blank when the parlays hit, though. Y'all have no humility on this app. I wonder why some players don't respect the fans. This is going well. Nothing like a focused team heading in. Now, he wasn't even probably expected to play. I didn't think he was going to be active for Thursday night's game. But I can tell you this. His head coach, Dan Quinn, hates this stuff. Hates it. This is a distraction. I'll take it. any little advantage we can get.
I just don't get where it's coming from. So I asked you, I was like, wait, he didn't play yesterday, right? You're like, no. So maybe he was just getting random tweets like
fantasy team stuff.
No, but he's talking about specifically, I think, his fans. I don't know.
You think, but he doesn't say Washington
never really know.
fans.
But he's
talking about Washington fans.
I think that's how I take it.
He's talking about fans of the team because nobody who bets with him is, doing whatever you would do with him. That he says it's ridiculous. Then we had another one, Harry Douglas, who runs his mouth way too much this morning. He says, I told y'all, Micah Parsons is a phenomenal player, but he talks too damn much. That sheesh isn't cute and is very disrespectful to his entire locker room. Micah Parsons responding.
Oh, is that right?
You want some attention, huh? I'm not gonna finna carry your career and boost your following.
Wow.
I mean, seriously.
These guys can't get offline, man.
Then Harry Douglas. No, I want you to be an animal on the field and see you thrive as an individual.
Oh, he got called out.
Keep the main thing the main thing. And it's like the first spec. You're corny as hell, Harry. Shut the blank up.
Dude,
seriously. Look, Harry Douglas does not know when to zip it. He does not know when to zip it.
Social media is a bad place for a lot of athletes. We've had this conversation.
Or analysts.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the players because, look, Harry Douglas is going to do a show tomorrow and nobody's going to care.
Yeah, but he's doing it like...
Yeah, whatever.
Just zip it, Harry.
But Brian Robinson, they got this huge game on Thursday, and he's worried about people calling him out for not playing in a football game because he was hurt. Like, yo, dude, you were hurt. End of story. Like,
I mean, seriously, dude.
For somebody that's bad-mouthing you for being injured, that's on them. Like, it's like James Jones all over again, calling Dak Prescott a quitter when his hamstring fell off its bone. Like, you know the real status of your injury. Unless he's insecure, unless Brian Robinson thinks he could have played yesterday. I don't know.
These phones, man. It's just the phones and the importance people put on them. And just constantly having to live out loud. I don't get it. I really don't.
It's a problem for him. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, hang on. I got to get on my phone here real quick.
Oh, yeah, please.
No, Connor is a young man who does not live on his phone.
No.
Andrew's a young man who is a dope about his phone and sometimes, goes 3 days without text being answered.
Yeah, he's almost worse. He should live on his phone more.
I currently have...
Pop up over there. Does not.
I have 87 text messages.
Yeah,
Dude, seriously, that is
it's disrespect.
That's a major problem.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It is. 87 unanswered text messages is crazy.
The last one is from October 28th.
That's incredible. That is disrespectful.
Just answer the text.
It's worse than the stupid
I'm going to answer this text on our text line because this is negative today, if you can believe it.
Really?
No name on this text, but they've got a couple, so bear with me for this. This texter says, you do realize that they're 5-0 against 5 teams with losing records that will not sniff the playoffs. They beat dog poop emoji teams. When they start beating legit teams, then you can call them a contender. Until that point, they're not. Also, the Eagles quarterback is average at best, and when they face legit teams, he will turn the ball over like he did at the start of the season.
I told you about it earlier. The Detroit Lions have 5 wins on their resume better than the Eagles' best win. So... there is some merit to they haven't done it against the best competition. But please, if you're not watching this team play and understand that there's a lot of it that's portable, I think you're not paying attention.
And oh, by the way, the offense, again, has changed since the bye week.
Correct.
What you saw the first 4 weeks, and I'm not talking about statistics. I'm talking about scheme. Do you know what I saw again yesterday that brought tears to my eyes? There was a play where there was pre-snap motion. Jahan Dotson was at the top of your screen. He motioned to the bottom of the screen. Jalen Hurts saw that it was zone coverage because nobody followed Dotson. And then he threw it over the middle of the field, which is something he was not allowed to do last year, to A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown got 30 yards on the play.
You sound very dramatic doing this. I like it.
Because it's just something that I was begging for last year, and the head coach scoffed at me, and I'm trying to remain calm here. But I saw pre-snap motion. I saw, once again, it was just for 9 yards. I wrote down in my notebook, I loved that 9-yard gain. It was a fake handoff, a naked boot where he rolls to his left, and he had one. It was Devontae Smith wide open for 9 yards. It wasn't a 50-yard touchdown. It was a 9-yard play where they ran a couple of wrinkles, and it kept the defense confused, and they got a first down on the play. So, to that texter's point, I get it. You want to see them beat a team like the Commanders, which happens Thursday night. I bet you that same texter would bitch if they went 3-2 during this 5-game stretch.
Now, here's real quick. The second part of their text says, also, the Eagles quarterback is average at best. It doesn't sound like they're an Eagles fan.
No, when you call them the Eagles quarterback,
good point.
That means you're trying to troll.
So let's keep
all
that
right, fine. Then they wouldn't bitch. Then they would mock the Eagles if they went 3-2 in this 5-game stretch.
Correct.
Yes.
They've won all 5 games, and they've been dominant in all 5 games. The only close game was the Jags game, and that was because of the head coach.
Amen.
Yeah, in the trap game.
No.
I can't give it
No
to you,
such
dude.
thing.
I
I'll
refuse.
take it.
I
As
refuse.
much as you want it.
If that's what helps you fall asleep at night,
When they put up the standings for predicting the Eagles spread on the social medias, you look who's in first, and then we'll have the conversation.
I hope you sleep soundly with that. I really do. All right, coming up next, we have
He's in
the
last place in our picks, but he's doing okay, though.
Kincade Salciunas Key 3. What do we do? I went 2-2, even though you were actively rooting for me to lose.
Oh, I was rooting for you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I want to beat you.
I went 2-2. What'd you do?
I'm a half game ahead of. I'm 2-1, pending tonight Cooper Cup under 69.5.
What did Connor do?
Connor went 1-3.
I had a good time.
But it was Connor's work. Connor was on a tear, so he was due for one of those.
Brendan Gunn went undefeated. As guest picker, he went 4-0.
Well, we do have, the little junior high category.
Big day for B-Gun. Key 3 coming your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Flyers get it back in front. Force for another.
listening at 12:15. Al Michaels, the great Al Michaels,
got
will
the
be
game
joining the
Thursday,
show.
right?
Yep, yeah, Thursday Night Football on Amazon, and I imagine a local TV provider.
Yeah, one local TV provider will have the game.
Yeah,
I don't know
so-
if it'll be NBC 10 or who.
So
but
before people panic, there will be
There
a
will
local
be.
TV provider. So Al Michaels, the voice of Thursday Night Football, will be joining the Mike Missanelli show coming your way at 12:15. By the way, real quick before we get to our key three, we didn't mention it at all today. The Sixers won last night, 107-105 in overtime against the Hornets. They desperately needed that win. With Maxey now out for an extended period of time. LaMelo Ball hit one of the most ridiculous threes I've ever seen to tie it and force overtime. But the Sixers end up getting the win, and we see Joel Embiid back in action tomorrow night against the Knicks. So another added storyline.
Is that confirmed yet?
Probably.
Yeah, because this. Yeah,
I didn't hear it was confirmed. That
Well-
they said last night on the broadcast, not
For him to serve the suspension, he would have had to be available to play.
right.
yeah.
So now, if he doesn't play, the league's gonna investigate him again. He's
yeah,
playing
you're
tomorrow.
right. Yeah, I think he's playing tomorrow night. So an added storyline to this week with two football games because we reacted to the Cowboys game from yesterday, today, and of course the Commanders on Thursday
And
night.
the Flyers have asked no one wear pearls to the game tonight, so you don't have to clutch them constantly, worrying about John Tortorella. No clutching of the pearls necessary.
It is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Vonsi Brewing.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, happy Victory Monday.
Yeah, what a wonderful morning it is when you turn your mic on and you just celebrate a victory over Dallas. A victory over Dallas is never worth glossing over otherwise.
No.
And I don't care how bad they are, how beat up they are, it's still a lot of fun.
Are the Eagles back to being Super Bowl contenders? Now, our man Bill Colarulo said this a couple of weeks ago. And when he first said it a couple of weeks ago, I thought he was crazy because I can't go from talking about firing the coach during the bye week, which I thought was completely ridiculous for people to suggest. But we were there after week 4, and then all of a sudden, 2 wins, all of a sudden they're back to being Super Bowl contenders. I thought that was a little premature out of Bill Colarulo. However, what we have seen since then, and it's been dominance after dominance after dominance. The Bengals win was a dominant performance. The Jags game was a dominant performance by the players on the team. Nick Sirianni was a problem in that game. Nick Sirianni was not a problem yesterday, and the players were once again dominant. Defense, 4 quarters. Eagles offense, the final 40 minutes?
Yeah.
35 minutes?
No,
We'll say that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they were dominant. So are the Eagles back to being
Well-
Super Bowl contenders? Johnny, I'll start with you.
What did I tell you about January 26th?
That we have
I told
plans.
you. I told Connor. I've told you all along. January 26th, you guys have plans.
Yes, you have.
Now, did I feel as confident about it a month ago? Absolutely not. The way they were playing.
Right.
So I'm not spiking the football and saying, man, I told you they were dominant. But yeah, they're one of the 2 best teams in the NFC, and they appear to be proving it.
When you win 34-6, I go, bring them on.
Right.
Like at this point, it's just like, hey, who wants it next? Who's ready for the next beatdown from the Philadelphia Eagles?
This thing's wide open, boys. The Eagles keep ascending. I honestly don't sort of care what the Lions' record is.
Yeah.
As long as we see these damaging little bumps in the road.
Yes, Rush and Lance stink.
Oh my
but that Eagles defense was dominant yesterday. And I wonder, man, at what point do we stop questioning whether or not they're real?
As far as the defense, you mean the 5th best points per game defense in the NFL?
5th best? We've reached top 5 territory?
I can't believe it. They're at 17.9 points per game. They're 5th in the NFL. They've gone 300 yards or less, which is truly, like, that's the number to me that is so sort of baffling. This defense is just 300 total yards or less in 5 consecutive games. The Eagles defense. That hasn't happened since Jim Johnson was alive and running the defense in 2008.
That's amazing.
I mean, 2008, you jabronis were in middle school?
Of course they're back to being Super Bowl contenders. I do believe I needed to see yesterday first, Connor, before I started saying, oh, I thought they were Super Bowl contenders before last week. But when I saw pure dominance like that after a slow start, it just shows how this team can turn it up a notch at some point during the game. So yes, across the board, Kincade and Salciunas, the Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
Well, let's dump the slow starts. Can we dump that?
Yes, I mean, I would really appreciate that.
Against really bad teams playing bad halves. Can we stop that? Because if you want to be a Super Bowl contender, you can't play a half of football like they did yesterday.
And you're sitting there, like you said, you're about to go in a halftime. It's a 7-6 game. Now, fortunately, they had that great touchdown pass. I'm sure that touchdown pass did a lot for them heading into the locker room. It was like, okay, we played as bad as we did in that first half, and yet look what we just were able to accomplish. We have an 8-point lead, and then you go into the second half and you start things off early. You make it a 2-score game. You make it a 3-score game. You make it a 4-score game. It was pure dominance after that halftime. Yesterday was perfection, except for the first quarter and probably parts of the second quarter. But the defense was perfect all game.
Just make it clear, though. It was perfection from the head coach.
It was.
I mean,
he was great.
But I don't put any of the blame on what was going on in that game on Nick Sirianni.
No.
It was Jalen Hurts holding the ball too long. This team, though, a lot of good things.
Bottom line
good things to be excited about.
Bottom line is, what did we wake up to today, Johnny? We woke up to the second seed, first place in the NFC East. Thank you to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Eagles starters were able to put their feet up in the fourth quarter of this game yesterday, win 34-6, and now all eyes are on Thursday night. Again, everybody in that locker room must be feeling a certain type of way because they are just beating down every single opponent they face. All right, there's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which is an American IPA with citrusy hop notes and a smooth, dry finish. Uncle Jerry's Wit, which is a Belgian-style wheat beer. And we missed you on Friday.
The Helles Golden Lager. The Munich-style Helles. With all the German ingredients. Just like everybody loves. Go see Von C. Von C. Brewing. .com.
Thank you.
Check him out in Norristown, which is just like Munich.
Thank you, German John. By the way, our man Tristan Homan has checked in. Thursday's game locally will be on Fox.
Oh, so it is on Fox.
So we'll also have it on Fox.
So you don't have to worry about finding it or getting the call.
Yeah.
I don't know what Doc would do.
Fox.
Like my brother would be like lost.
That's all we need.
If he had to go to a streaming service to find a game,
good thing he doesn't have to.
There'd be like 17 calls. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, our friends at H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Make a donation today to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
And happy result.
1 year.
1 year.
Clean. Thank you very much. And
congrats, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. I got to go to the doctor Thursday, and Dr. Sprandy will give me a bunch of rules. I'll listen to some.
Yeah, you'll listen to some of them. By the way, speaking of H&H, they came out to my house yesterday.
They're the best.
My heater kicked. It's getting cold. It's the first day it's about to get cold. The heater kicked, but my man John came out right away from H&H.
See, that's what they do.
They're going to take care of it for me this week. You just got to order some parts. So H&H, great company.
Good luck.
All right, Mike Missanelli show coming your way next. Again, Al Michaels joins the show at 12:15. Don't miss it. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. It's going to be a quick week with the Eagles taking on the Commanders this Thursday. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.